We are unmuted.
Good morning, El Dorado County. Welcome to the Board of Supervisors' regularly scheduled meeting. Today is August 18th, and it is 9 a.m. I would like to welcome Pastor Chris Scott to please come forward for this morning's invocation. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, Board. Will you please join me in prayer this morning? God, thank you for the opportunity that we have here today to join with the matters that are heavy on our minds and our hearts for El Dorado County today. Thank you that you've made a space and a place for us to be able to discuss these things and have active, loving, caring conversations about it. Thank you that you've blessed us with such a beautiful place to live. Thank you that you have given the people in this room hearts and minds to care and lead it, but also a concerned community who also care for it too. We pray your spirit of unity would come into today and that every conversation would be held under a beautiful banner of unity in deciding what is best for this county going forward. We ask for your ongoing blessing in everything that we get to do here in El Dorado County, and that you would lovingly guide us and lead us into all things. It's in Jesus' powerful name we get to pray these things together. Amen. Thank you.
Thank you, Pastor. Supervisor Veerkamp, would you please lead us in the pledge?
Yeah, would you please stand, please? Hand over your hearts. Join pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you very much.
Madam CAO, are there any changes to the agenda that was posted on August 12th?
No, Madam Chair, thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, I'll look to my colleagues with regards to the consent calendar. Are there any items that my colleagues wish to comment on or pull for discussion? I'll look to my right, Supervisor Veerkamp, Supervisor Ferrero.
Yes, Chair, I'd like to pull item 6 for an explanation and discussion, please.
Okay. Supervisor Parlin.
I just want to make a quick comment. I think there were 3 or maybe 4 different donations on the consent. And I just wanted to, thank the members of the public for making those donations to the programs that they think are important to the county. Just really appreciate that.
Nice, thank you, Supervisor Parlin. Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yes, I would like to abstain from voting on item 29. And then I'm sure there'll be some members that want to speak to item 17. We will not pull it. We'll handle it on consent.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to make a comment on item 28. It's been a long time coming, especially trying to turn left out of the Cameron Park Lake. And this traffic gets backed up and stuff. And I had the crossings, the pedestrian crossing increased from 24 inches to 48, so there's more visible, but it's very dangerous in that part of that section there. So thank you, DOT, for recognizing and fixing that problem.
Okay, excellent. And then as far as my own comments, I would like to comment on item number 17 and thank Laurel Brentbaum for her many years of service to the Chamber of Commerce and to wish her the best in retirement. All right, we'll now take public comment on all matters on the consent calendar, including item number 6 that was pulled. For those of you who may be here for item number 6, we will take public comment on all of the closed session items, numbers 1 through 3, and all of the consent items, numbers 4 through 46, including item number 6. We'll take public comment now, but item number 6, I think, will fit best on our agenda after we handle the VHR program issue. So it'll probably be around 11 a.m. for any of you who might be here for that item. Okay, Ms. Dawson, would you please open up the public comment?
For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Okay, we'll first hear public comment from those of you who are in the room. Again, closed session items 1 through 3, or the consent calendar items 4 through 46. Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, supervisors. My name is Greg Hansen, and I am the founder and president of the California Civil Defense Institute, a 501c3 tax-exempt public interest organization helping Californians fight abuse of government through public records, social media, lawsuits, and public policy. Our mission is simple: helping Californians fight government abuse, expose corruption, and build a better California. Our vision is a California where citizens are free to live, raise families, build businesses, and thrive without abusive government standing in their way. We believe that California should be the best place to live, raise a family, work, build, and thrive. That requires a government that obeys the law, respects citizens, empowers business, protects civil liberties, and answers to the people it serves. That is why I'm here today. Over the last several months, we have submitted extensive public records requests concerning El Dorado County
Item
and
is
its VHR.
this? Chair?
Yeah, which item are you discussing specifically? VHR?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
That's not on consent, though.
It's next. That's our next section of public comment.
Okay, my misunderstanding. I thought you
It's-
said that was open for comment now.
We're going up to item number 46,
Okay.
so yours will be the very next section.
Okay, so you want me to wait?
Yes.
Yes, please.
Thanks, Greg.
Thank you, sir. Other comments from people in the room on closed session items 1 through 3 or consent items 4 through 46?
Now would be the time for 17 also, if you have public comment. Yeah, it's on consent.
Like, now, come on up, or we're going to move on. Just There goes Brandon. Okay.
There we go.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chair Lane, Supervisors. Brandon Sanders, Sierra Division Government Affairs for PG&E. As a Centurion member of the Chamber of Commerce, meaning we have been active for over 100 years, I couldn't miss this opportunity to thank Ms. Laurel. She has been a mentor and a good friend. We've traveled the country together, learning all about economic development and various opportunities we brought back here to the county. And I just didn't want to miss an opportunity to say thank you to Laurel. She's an amazing person, and I wish her all the best in her retirement. Thank you.
Thanks, Brandon.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Hi, Adam Anderson. I'm a business owner, Wealth Guard Advisors on Main Street. Also, I own a building on Main Street and involved in the rafting community also. And I just want to thank Laurel Brent Bum for her mentorship to me as a new business owner in the community and how she helped me so much and to understand the inner workings of this county and how to be more successful in my work, and just made me appreciate what the chamber does and what she's done for this community. And I'd just like to publicly thank her for her years of dedication to this community and to our county.
Thank you.
Adam.
Good morning.
Good morning. Debbie Manning, El Dorado Hills Chamber of Commerce. So what a lot of you, I'm sure Brian remembers, Laurel and I weren't always friends. Laurel and I were both extremely, and still are, very competitive. But what we learned probably 20 years ago was together we were stronger. And for that, I thank her. I thank her for her leadership. I thank her for all she's done for this county. You know, to retire and still work shows her commitment not only to the chamber, but to El Dorado County. There aren't many people who care the way that she does. And while she is retiring sometime, I don't think she's going away. And I am very grateful for all she's done, and I'm grateful to call her my friend. Thank you.
Thank you, Debbie.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Ed.
Good morning. Ed Manansala, El Dorado County Superintendent of Schools. I'd like to comment on Laurel. I would like to highlight Laurel. In 2013 was my introduction to El Dorado County, actually in an interview. And on that interview panel was Laurel, and that was my introduction. And right from there, from her voice and her presence, it was very clear she was a champion for the 30,000+ students in El Dorado County. And not only that, but the manner in which she surrounded a high level of just support and partnerships and belief around our children. And it wasn't just about the business community, it was the manner in which she connected all industries and fields. I think about Leadership El Dorado and the hundreds of leaders that she has impacted. And it wasn't about Laurel, it was about this county. And you are all fellow leaders, and when you recognize a leader who's exemplifying humility and a commitment that in many ways is just unmatched, we become inspired by that example. So with that, just want to extend a very special thank you to Laurel and all that she has done on behalf of the educational community and all our partners throughout. I love Laurel's comment. I might not be getting it perfect, but this morning I thought of her when the sun was rising, and it's just that idea of today is going to be a great day in El Dorado County, and that is something that just rings from her and well beyond retirement. So on behalf of us all, thank you, Laurel.
Thank you, Ed.
Thank you.
Morning, Mike.
Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. I'm Mike Kobus. I'm a local businessman, all-around good guy. I started my business about 30 years ago, and I was not a member of the El Dorado County Chamber because I kind of felt that it was messed up, and one day a gal, what was her name? Jeannie Hall came to me and said, "You're not a member of the El Dorado County Chamber." And I said, "Oh, that group's, they're all messed up." At that time I was a member of the Shingle Springs Cameron Park Chamber of Commerce, and they were kind of, pretty happening back then, but I got introduced to Laurel and I met her, and I remember her telling me, "I'd really like you to become a member of the chamber, and why don't you give it a year or so? If you don't like what's going on, no problem, you can move on." So I joined the chamber and became friends with Laurel, and then I got involved. I became a member of the board. I was the president of the Chamber of Commerce, I think in 2008 for a year. And during that time, Laurel and we became really good friends. And like some of the other folks here said, she became a mentor of mine. Whenever I had an issue or a problem, I'd go and I'd seek her advice and say, "Hey, what do you think about this? What do you think about that?" And she always, in a few short sentences, was able to tell me and give me the right direction. So she's done a great service to this county. I really appreciate her mentorship, her friendship, and her dedication to doing what's right for this county. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mike.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning, Leonard.
Good morning, Board. I've had the opportunity to work with Laurel for many years now, and I could just say that, as much as it takes the collaboration of agencies and the Planning Commission and the Board of Supervisors to facilitate projects getting approved and constructed and what have you, you cannot replace the impact that someone like Laurel has with respect to advocacy on your behalf. And I've been able to experience that over many years now, and also the ability that I've had and the opportunity I've had to work with a wonderful board of directors at the chamber. And that has been in and of itself just a pleasure to be with those individuals and work under the tutelage and leadership of Laurel. I just cannot tell you how much of a blessing she's been, not only to myself, but with leadership and all of the different years of leadership that she's facilitated and led out on with respect to those individuals that work for me and my employ that have gone to leadership and learned from them. It's really someone that has had a huge impact, not only on myself, but obviously on the greater community. And I just want to wish her the best in retirement. And I could tell you, as a chamber board, we're pursuing who's going to fill Laurel's shoes. That's a challenge because they're big shoes to fill, and she's much appreciated and much loved. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Leonard.
Thank you. Good
Morning, Sue.
morning.
Good morning. Sue Vandelinder, El Dorado Disposal, longtime county resident and longtime friend of Laurel. I wanted to talk about Leadership El Dorado because I think Leadership El Dorado was something Laurel was so passionate about, is still passionate about. And I know it made a huge difference for me when I came into a leadership position in the company I work for, and just being connected to different people within the community and really understanding what was important in our community. And that course really helped me, and it helped many of us understand local government. So I just want to thank Laurel for all her many years of service and for being so passionate about Leadership El Dorado. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Dolly Wager, business owner in El Dorado County. I have the honor of being the longest standing board member ever on the Chamber of Commerce. I came in 1997 or 98, was president in 2002. I went through 3 different directors of the chamber, 3 different CEOs. Everything changed when Laurel came in. They became a stable force for the community. The political advocacy that the chamber and that Laurel pursues is unprecedented in this county. She has been a leader. She is everywhere. You find any group, she's involved with it. She has got the connections. Trying to replace Laurel, you could take 3 people to do it. Between the political advocacy, between the relationships in the county, and then also running the business of a chamber. She's been a tremendous, tremendous asset to this community. You can always get tears out of her, and I guarantee she will be crying when she comes up here because she can never stand up without crying. As a board member, as a community member, we are so grateful to have had her. We are glad that she is staying connected, and we intend to keep her connected in some way in this community because we can never lose someone like her. Thank you.
Thank you, Dolly.
Good morning.
Morning, Krista.
Good morning. Good morning, honorable members of our Board of Supervisors. Krista Campbell, Rainbow Orchards. I only have one word to say, and that is agriculture. I want to acknowledge Laurel for supporting agriculture over the many years in our county. Our small ag businesses, our agritourism. In fact, Laurel is the one that promoted the saying, agriculture is our culture. So thank you, Laurel.
Thanks, Krista.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning,
Good
Sol.
morning. Sol Nisbet. I'm a business owner. Been on the chamber of the board, the El Dorado County Chamber Board, since about 2014. And been involved with our Divide Chamber of Commerce for 20 years. Hard to believe. I first heard Laurel's name back in 2006 when a gentleman recruited me to become part of the chamber, the Divide Chamber of Commerce. And I could not thank her enough for all of the support she's given us over the years at the Divide Chamber of Commerce and, of course, all of El Dorado County. 3 words come to mind, and that is collaboration, partnership, and community support. And she's been a champion of that. So I'm very proud to call her my friend, and I wish her the best.
Thank you, Sol.
Thank you.
Good morning, Michael.
Good morning.
Morning, Mike Ornelli. I can't look back there, or I'll join her in bawling. I want to thank Laurel for her partnership with our Farm Bureau, and more importantly, her personal and professional leadership. And so I'm just here to add to the thank you, Laurel, for your long service. What a track record. Thanks.
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Mike.
Good morning.
Good morning, Kirk.
Morning. Thank you, Brian, for putting this on the agenda, by the way. Kirk Bone, my hat right in this particular point as president of the county chamber. I want to thank Laurel for her fierce, unwavering advocacy. And as you will see, she's sitting back there right now in her regular chair. And that chair probably can never be filled the way it has been for the last 26 years. Matter of fact, maybe we could put a little label on there saying the Laurel Brent Bum Chair. So anyway, thank you.
Thanks, Kirk.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, Mindy.
Members of the board, Mindy Jackson. Currently, I am the chair of the subcommittee in the chamber, the Economic Development Corporations, and I wanted to talk about that a little bit. And leadership, class 2, the best, which I still have connections that I'm using today, even outside of my professional life. So it was an amazing program. Economic Development Corp, under the leadership of Laurel and Dr. Vicki Barber, I'm going to talk a little bit about what maybe you didn't know they did. It's some behind the scenes work with the Office of Education and Child Care Development. They supported employment. In other words, making, there was a time where we identified what employment was needed, and then how to develop the curriculum to make that happen. And we did that with the county. So that was many years ago. It was childcare. There was a lack of childcare, and there were people that needed work jobs. So we developed childcare curriculum to make that happen. So just a little piece of something maybe you didn't know about. I agree with everything everyone has said here. The connections are amazing, locally, regionally, nationally. She's quite a loss to the county at this point. Thank you.
Thanks, Mindy.
Good morning.
Hi, I'm Kathleen Dodge. I'm the film commissioner for El Dorado County. And today I want to thank my boss, Laurel Brentbaum, for all these years. I want to say that working in her employee made me better. She allowed me to do the job I needed to do. And as I listen to everyone here, I know that we all experienced that gift of sitting at her desk, and she made each and every one of us feel like our problem was the biggest, most important problem. And there were many times where things occurred and I could go into the office and speak to her or cry or cuss, whatever it took. But it allowed me to do my job and do my job better. And every success that the Film Commission has had during the 32 years has been her success, because without her, we couldn't have kept going. I love Laurel Brentbaum. She's a wonderful human being, and it was an honor to work for her. Thank you.
Thanks, Kathleen.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to come forward at this time? Ms. Birnbaum?
Save that chair, Leonard.
Cheers. Yeah.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Brian, thank you. I do have a request. Could we save this video because I could use it for my eulogy? It has totally been, you know, the cliche, if you love what you do, you don't work a day in your life. I haven't worked a day in my life in 27 years. This community and the Chamber of Commerce are my passion, have been my passion, will continue. I will continue to be the mama bear in protecting the Chamber of Commerce and its mission. I am still working. November 1st is official, they say, that I will be done. But I truly have been blessed to have been able to serve our members and our community and partner with people like you to make sure that we help El Dorado County to thrive, not survive. So I thank you. I thank all of you. And on to my next adventures. Thank you. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thank you.
I think we've got to go to people online, and then we'll close this item out.
I'll run the meeting, but thank you for your help.
Okay, sorry.
It's okay. May we please go online and hear from the public that would like to speak on closed session items 1 through 3 or consent items 4 through 46.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good morning, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. First, I wanted to say thank you, Supervisor Ferrero, for pulling item number 6. I had sent in written comment on that. Just to summarize, I was grateful the auditor controller gave me a call to chat through it real quick. I guess I do still have concerns. Primarily, I want to hopefully ensure you have some more information so that you can make an informed decision today on if you're going to approve tonight or not, because it will be utilizing county resources to pursue it. Basically, we don't know the very specific purposes for it. If it's expanded roadways that wasn't in the original CFD, then I think it'd be important to understand exactly what those are. Some of the roadways were a requirement of the specific plan, final EIR, that haven't really been done. So in short, I guess, is the developer themselves repaying the bond, or are liens going to be against current or future homeowners in order to repay the bonds? Anyway, so I look forward to your discussion later. The other item I have, actually looking through it, was item number 9. It's the Office of Wildfire Preparedness and Resilience. So I was looking through this one, and the agreement itself states that it's going to be used to work with homeowners. But I find it interesting, it's through Title III of Secure Rural Schools. There's no reference to cleanup around schools. So is the maintenance of schools and, fire preparedness, those kinds of things, is that included in some of the projects that would be funded through this? I think that would be helpful to understand. So thank you.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Okay, I'll go ahead and bring this item back to the board for further deliberation or comments. Ms. Dawson, do you want to read the item into the record?
Approval of the consent calendar with the following changes. Pull item 6 for discussion. Supervisor Veerkamp will abstain from item number 29.
Chair, I did have a comment. I wasn't sure
How are we going to do that? Yeah.
Laurel's item was going to go, but she is still here. And I think most people know that Laurel and I have had an interesting relationship over the years. But I think that we've grown to have a really healthy one, professionally and personally. And I remember the day when District 4 didn't have anyone on the Charter Review Committee. And we were struggling, and the Charter Review Committee was struggling. And Laurel was sitting there in the room, and I looked down and went, that's the right person to be the District 4 rep. We took a break. I went down on break and said, hey, would you be my District 4 rep on the Charter Review? I thought our job was going to drop. But, you know, it is about relationships and understanding everybody's strengths and what they bring to the table. So I just wanted to point that out and really thank you, Laurel, because that charter review committee was struggling until you got on there and you showed them how to actually run a meeting and do things thoughtfully and clearly. And we had a good result from that. So I just wanted to, and I'm glad you're still here in the room, but thank you for that. I really appreciate it.
Other comments, questions before we
I
vote?
just want to say, Laura, you know, it's been a pleasure and, you know, to get to know you better and some of the things in some of the events. And thank you for all your support, especially like Grizzly Flat, the issues with the post office and for the ribbon cutting that went on out there. And then, you know, the Title 25 homes and all your support. So I really appreciate it very, very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Other comments? Supervisor
Certainly.
Ferrero.
Laurel, I think I've probably known you the least amount of time as probably anyone in this room, probably about 4 years. But it was clear when I started my campaign, all fingers pointed to you and they said, you got to go meet with Laurel. And I appreciate you welcoming me. I appreciate you including me in Leadership El Dorado. That was a fantastic opportunity for me to learn about things that I didn't know about that existed in the county. It's very clear you're an institution in this county and you're gonna be hard to replace and we're gonna miss you and thank you for all your support.
CAO Henneke, did you want to add something?
I think it's Phillips now, but
Phillips? Sorry.
It was Henneke when I met Laurel. And I do just want to say Laurel has been a constant throughout my 24 plus year career at the county. And I have so appreciated our relationship over the years and really want to, as many have acknowledged here, her Leadership El Dorado program and the many, many county employees that we've been able to send through that program and the networking opportunities it provides, and just really appreciate that. And thank you for all your service.
Supervisor Veerkamp, you want to bring us home on this one?
Yeah, boy, I can't say it any better than all of you did. Laurel, your heart has been for El Dorado County, and I know it still will be. My whole almost life here, especially career, and then through the elected positions, you've been there. And doesn't matter what the topic, you're there. And right now, obviously, there's other issues going on, and there's other ballot measures and so forth, and you're involved because you believe in this area. You know, you talked about the agriculture, we talked about business, everything, all that, and that's, I just can't stress that enough. And on behalf of the County Board of Supervisors, it's not millions of dollars, but that you and the board have brought to El Dorado County, but it is a certificate of recognition and appreciation for all your years of service to the El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce in El Dorado County. So I'd like to give you that and thank you from the bottom of my heart.
Chair, if I could, on a separate issue, just because
please,
I forgot while we're doing this, is item 13, moving forward with the new classification of the sheriff's emergency call taker. I just wanted to do a shout out and thank the sheriff's office for getting creative and working with HR and bringing this new classification that hopefully will address our concerns with the dispatchers and that critical need that we've been missing. And it's neat to see departments thinking out of the box to fill holes. So just wanted to shout out on that.
Yep, good call out on that. Okay, if there's no further discussion, CAO Phillips.
Thank you. I do have a little bit of an answer to Ms. Campbell's question about item number 9. So the act is called the Secure Rural Schools and Community Self-Determination Act, and it was enacted after there was quite a loss of revenue for schools through the decline in timber production. So that act mainly provided funding to schools, but there is a section under it where a small amount of funding comes to the counties. And so that's the portion that we're dealing with here today. And our county ordinance does not, we have no jurisdiction over state-owned property, which would be schools. They're kind of quasi-state owned. So shorter answer is this wouldn't include work being done on school property because we don't have jurisdiction.
Thank you for that clarification. If there's no further comments, a motion would be appropriate at this time.
I'll move to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? Okay, seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Okay.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. We will now take public comment on the rest of the agenda items, excluding our public hearing item number 52. So to be specific, we will now take public comment on items 47 through 51. Mr. Hanson, did you want to pick up where you left off? No, I'll let someone else go first. Okay, all right. Are there anybody, Ms. Dawson, will you please read this in?
For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time has ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Welcome back.
Good morning again, Board. Michael Rinaldi, Farm Bureau. Not here to repeat what I said in my submission, but I do want to support that broader principle that I did mention in my letter to you. So first, the vacation home rental ad hoc, actually number 2, because there was a number 1 that focused primarily on the Tahoe area, Supervisor Ferraro and Supervisor Turnbull. Focusing on the West Slope, these are items that are in your zoning title, your Title 5, the Business and Professions Code. Then you have your ag lodging. This is a collaboration between the Building and Planning Department and the Agricultural Department. This is an activity that focuses on the existing uses already studied and currently in our zoning ordinance, but the definitions are effectively unusable. And so there's work to define those, and of course that would need an addendum to our targeted general plan zoning ordinance update, a significant effort. Just want to mention that those items, previously defined have already been studied. And so it would seem like getting on with that effort is really important, and it relates to the topic that you have for vacation home rentals today. And I will try to tie that. Accessory dwelling units have existed in our general plan since inception. And of course, then there was a time when state law intercepted the ordinance, and those changes had to be accommodated. But many of the issues that exist today that we will not hear from, because that's not the agenda item today, relate to ADUs. There needs to be a policy discussion about that. And that item operates on a separate track with your long-range planning group. So the point I'm trying to make here is you've got these 3 activities that are heard by the board at different times that have a relationship with each other. And from a policy standpoint, it's not the most effective way to make policy changes. And so while I deeply appreciate the efforts of the ad hoc committee whose item will be heard, we have significant work to do. There are regional trends that are not being studied. There are TOT numbers from your Treasurer Tax Collector's Office that I don't feel is being appropriately accommodated. We really need to factor that in. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board now? Please come forward. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is Sean McCabe. I'm also here to talk about the West Slope VHR. We have owned and operated a vacation rental home in El Dorado County in the town of Strawberry, Twin Bridges, since 2014. Our occupancy has shrunk from 14 to 6 over the last 10 years. And it's adversely affected our ability to rent that property out to the family size that typically goes. I understand when Measure T was passed in Tahoe, a lot of that had to do with the impact on the existing residents that live there and what happened. I used to live in Myers when I was a kid, so I understand what it's like to live around a bunch of vacation rental homes. The impact to the surrounding community is significant because the lack of rentals has affected the workers that rely on that microeconomy that happens up there. So like, I don't know if anybody knows Squirrel, who owns the Strawberry General Store. His business has fallen off precipitously. Our cleaner, she's getting a lot less cleanings, not just from our home, but the other homes in the area. And while Measure T obviously is more surrounding, the partiers and the people going to Tahoe to do that kind of stuff. In the West Slope, I believe it's a lot more families that are going to do that. So very simply, we would just ask that the +2 gets added back in that was taken away last year. And then the one thing that's been a little confusing to me since it's been enacted was the change of the child age to age 6 from 12. I posted a public comment yesterday. All of the rental agency sites, Airbnb, VRBO, Booking.com, they all use 12 as the delineation line for what a child to adult is. So when a family and grandparents go to rent a home for the weekend and they say, all right, well, we've got 2 parents, 4 kids, and 2 grandparents, and the kids are aged 2, 3, 7, and 12, 2 of those kids are being included as adults, but there's no way to delineate that in there. So it's adversely impacting the ability for us to rent at a frequency and quite honestly, just to be able to afford to keep our homes. And a lot of those homes that are being rented are just second homes for families, and people are trying to subsidize their costs. And I think, as you all know, we survived Caldor, thankfully. But we had to go on the FAIR plan. We went from $1,700 a year to $17,000 a year for our insurance. That's just an expense that we're having to eat. So I don't think anybody here is trying to, make these huge, profitable businesses. We're just all, trying to survive and keep our family cabins and be able to subsidize that. So thank you for your time, board. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Sean.
Thank you. Other members of the public that would like to address the board on items 47 through 51. Good morning.
Hi, Adam Anderson. I was really here for Laurel's, but I saw that BHR was on here, and this has been something that I've had a lot of experience with, and since I'm here, I'd like to share my experience with this. But back in 2008, when we had the financial crisis, the housing financial crisis, Airbnb was not well known by most people, but I did Airbnb in my house, and it helped us to keep our house during that crisis moment of time. I got to say, most of the people I know, very few are conglomerate. I'm buying these things and buying them up, and this has been the rumor out there. And I've talked to the Debbie Miller, who is the head of the real estate board for the county. I asked her point blank, how many houses in this county have been bought by corporate entities? 0. They are primarily people like this man we just talked to that said that he's just trying to make it ends meet. Now, when we have fire insurance that is quadrupled, gone through the roof, I work with a lot of people in their retirement in this county, and I'll tell you that they're having trouble keeping ends meet, and to have some kind of side hustle that they could have to help bridge the gaps. And some of them aren't even having the side hustle as far as they're renting a part of their house out or renting the house out. It's having their neighbor has one and they're able to turn over the rooms for them, and they're making a couple $100 extra a week doing that to make ends meet. So it is an important part of our economy. And I got to say, although it's all online these days and it's cyberish, and that's maybe scares some people, but boarding houses has been the bedrock of El Dorado County's economy since it was founded. And it's an important part of our economy. And I just wanted to emphasize that, I'd rather have someone next door to me running an Airbnb that keeps it nice because they have an incentive to make sure it's nice than to have a deadbeat renter. Because I just went through trying to evict a squatter out of my house that I couldn't get out, ruined it, made it horrible for the community, on the frequent flyer list for EDSO because of the trouble they brought there. I'd much rather have someone that's coming here with their family, enjoying our environment here in El Dorado County, leaving their TOT dollars for us, and leaving. And thank you for your time and listening to my comments on that. Thanks.
Thanks, Adam.
Thank you. Good morning.
Laurel Brumbaum, El Dorado County Chamber of Commerce. I'm speaking to the VHRs. Everything has to have parameters and everything has to have rules. And we understand that. But when you're considering the changes that you're wanting to consider to the VHR, you've heard these comments. This is a benefit to our community. It's a benefit to the homeowner. I would encourage you to make, when you're looking at these changes, to make them as least restrictive as possible. Yes, parameters, yes, regulations, yes, rules, and make a way for those to be enforced. But don't make them a prohibitive action that's going to be the detriment of the property owner. Please think of being as flexible as possible and as least restrictive as possible in your decision-making. Thank you.
Thank you, Laurel.
Thank you. Please hold your applause and those kind of comments. We don't want people to feel that they can't make comments that might be other than what we just heard. So thank you for that respect. Please come forward.
Hi, my name's Blake Ingram, and I'm here in support of the VHRs and STRs. I'm a resident of Supervisor Turnboo's district off Oma Ranch in Fairplay. And me and my wife, Joan, moved up here a little over 4 years ago, thinking this was going to be our dream home. We bought a property with 2 houses on it. We're from Los Angeles, and my wife had a hair salon, and COVID killed her business. And we were able to sell our house in LA and make a good profit, and thinking that that would be the money we'd invest and use that for, living our lives out, both with the intention of working from home. So with the intention of buying the property, it was listed as an income property, potentially, 2 houses on it, a main house, nice shop for me to work out of. I'm a digital nomad, and we moved up here and started work on the what we thought was going to be the Airbnb. And, it's a permitted guest house. It was permitted in 1987. And I did, some lovely work. We were became friends with a lot of winemakers, winery, and they were so excited, oh, we need more places up here for people to come. People drink and drive. Unfortunately, we just had a fatal accident on Fairplay. It was due to somebody drinking at a winery that, who I don't know all the details, but it's to the point that, if we had more lodging for people coming up, could stay over, stuff like that. The point is that me and my wife, become good friends with Lexi and Lauren and other people who support this and have some good backing on this. We're discouraged. We're at the point now where we're thinking about selling the house. Unfortunately, the real estate market isn't even where it was when we bought the house. We put in all this work on this property. I masticated 2.5 acres, took out 32 trees so I could get fair plan. Now I'm hearing that the fair plan is going to raise 29% in October. It's going to become unsustainable to live here, and that's sad. And we want to give back. I'm the president of the Mother Lode Trail Stewardship, who's a local nonprofit that, I'm proposing to build 22 miles of trails out at Trail 8 Fleming Meadows, working maybe Goldbud Park, doing some private projects, maybe at Boger Winery, stuff like that. I want to give back. And now I'm feeling I might have to move because we can't sustain it. My wife's driving 45 minutes down to Lifetime Fitness to cut hair and, back, and she's terrified in the winters driving because of the sun going down and black ice. And what became, the first year here, so much excitement and love for the property now has become like a money pit. We don't see a way out. So we're hoping that we can get some support for you guys and some understanding. And I would love to invite Supervisor Turnboo for some context to walk to my property and maybe give me some context of why my guest house can't be, we live on the property in the separate house, but appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Blake.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning, supervisors. My name is London Litza. I'm a wife, a mother, a small business owner. Like many of the others that just came up, I'm in the same position. I'm a gardener, a homesteader. My family has been trying to build a life here. I want El Dorado County to be a place where families can work, build businesses, and use their property responsibly and thrive and not be limited. That's why I'm here today. Newly obtained public records show something concerning about what happened to HHRs after the board changed the ordinance in October of 2024. Before that change, HHRs operated under county business licenses and paid TOTs. The county knew about these businesses, licensed them, and collected their taxes. We were trying to do, and we're doing the right thing. There were 111 active HHR business licenses before the ordinance change. Then Ordinance 5209 changed the rules. Existing HHR operators were required to get new permits through building and planning before business licenses could even be renewed. It was a mess. Building and planning didn't have all the documents in order at the time. Today, according to the county's own report, there are only 45 active HHR permits. That's 66 fewer businesses, nearly 60%, and we're in that. Those numbers don't prove that every one of those businesses disappeared because of the ordinance, but when nearly 60% after the rule drops, after the rules have changed, the board should be asking why and considering it. I'm one of those people caught in this transition, and it has been detrimental, like the others have mentioned. It has been incredibly hard for us to make a living. I just want to raise chickens, raise my babies, and provide a cute getaway for couples. My property has a residential dwelling that the county has recognized for decades. In 1998, the head of building and planning recognized it as a residential dwelling, reconfirmed it in 2023. It's non-conforming residential dwelling. It's not an ADU, and it's not a guest house. There's this giant gray area. It existed before modern building and planning, and it has vested rights. My family has lost approximately $90,000 in business revenue. The county has pursued approximately $25,000 in fines and fees against us for those fines that ultimately had to be eliminated. I still don't have a straightforward path to getting a permit, and I know I'm not the only person caught in this. There are good changes in the ordinance before you. Removing the HHR clustering restriction is important, but it doesn't protect the people who were already operating under the previous system when the rules abruptly changed. If someone had an HHR business license, was registered for TOT, paid their taxes, was operating before this new ordinance, there should be a clear transition process and room for them, subject to reasonable health and safety requirements. That process needs to recognize existing residential dwellings that the county itself has already determined are legal, non-conforming, older, beautiful homes with character. The county created this gap, and was unprepared for what it created. Please don't amend this ordinance again without fixing the people who have been left behind the first time. Families are being run out of this county. A few of you probably have sons or daughters my age, and imagine if this was happening to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Jeremy Kadirka. My family and I own and operate a vacation home rental in Coloma since 2012. We operated in good faith, paid our TOT taxes, complied with county regulations, and received zero complaints from neighbors. Our little home brought in about 20 or 30K a year for my parents. Not a lot, certainly not a grand corporation. We're incredibly grateful for that income, and we're proud to share our incredible area with visitors who then spent money at our restaurants, rafting companies, wineries, shops, and other local businesses. And over the years, we hosted thousands of guests and received hundreds of five-star reviews. Then, with little warning, the year my mother retires, we lost our ability to operate the rental. Not because of compliance or a safety violation or anything we'd done wrong, but simply because our existing, what was a granny flat built in '99, was now reclassified as an ADU. We didn't receive streamlined permitting. We didn't receive reduced fees or the incentives intended to encourage the instruction of new ADUs to alleviate the housing crisis in California, as was the purpose of that state mandate. And because we had the granny flat built before that, I believe we should get some sort of grandfather in for the VHR things, just like she was talking about with having some sort of way forward for people who have been operating in good faith, working hard, providing taxes to the county, to have a transitional way to operate and with good licensure. Looking over the changes to the ad hoc committee created the other day, I was really excited, especially with recommendation number 3, allowing detached gas houses to be used as vacation rentals. But then I realized that doesn't help me or most of the people with these problems. While the recommendations you put forth are perfect and exactly what we need, because it only says for detached guest houses, that doesn't include all of us who are now ADUs or in some sort of different name language in the thing. So we really got to make sure that a detached guest house or a quote unquote ADU built before 2023, when all that extra streamlined state mandates came through, we have a way forward. That's all we need, just a way forward. I'm asking you to grandfather structures like ours and any other quote unquote ADUs that were operating in good standing before, so we can continue operating in good standing now. The summer season's over. Our primary rental income has been lost for the year. That's $30K out of my parents' pockets. They just retired. They're not going to make it if we don't get this fixed and get it fixed now. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Hi, supervisors. Thank you so much for listening to us. My name is Cherry Edwards and we live in Cool. And I'm sure that you guys are tired of these conversations almost as much as we are. I think that the ad hoc committee did a great job. There are a couple of blatant errors. They say that detached guest houses are allowed. If you go to the PDF included in the agenda today, it says guest houses are not permitted to be short-term rentals. So we have a very messy thing. I think we have all gotten into the weeds. We need to look at this high level. What do we all want? You want taxes. We need to increase the number of available rentals in our area. It is a huge issue for the local people to have places to come and stay. So to increase taxes, it's real easy. Look at Placer County. We don't have to reinvent the wheel. Let's look at how other counties in California allow short-term rentals in JADUs, which have a full kitchen, which right now are not allowed, ADUs, which have a full kitchen, guest houses. All that the committee addressed was hosted rentals, people living in your house. That applies to a tiny drop in the bucket. So you're going to have 50 more people staying here. That's not going to have an impact. We need to look at the bigger picture. ADUs with full kitchens, huge demand for those short-term rentals. JADUs, permitted with a full kitchen. Fabulous, the best Airbnb rental, bringing money to our communities. And the state of California, on their website, allows counties and cities to regulate those now. So I'm saying, let's look at what we really want. We want tax income, and we want to increase the number of opportunities for visitors to come and stay in our county. We don't have hotels here. We need our short-term rentals for money, for our community, and for the people who vote for you. Thank you.
Thank
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, Lexi.
Good morning. Honorable members of the board, Lexi Boger, District 3. I was going to say all of that, but they just said it, so I will summarize. I was going to ask for some clarity in your discussions on the difference between a guest house and an ADU. They're not an ADU. The restrictions on ADUs for affordable housing did not happen until after the state passed ADU legislation in 2018, which offered streamlined permitting processes. The state has a definition of what constitutes an affordable housing restricted ADU, and it's anything built after 2020 or anything built using the streamlined processes made available. Those constitute very few of the county's detached units that we're talking about here, and they're already counted in the housing element. What changed was a few years ago, the county changed its definition of ADUs to include all detached units regardless of when they were built or the intended rental use of the owners. So this is not a mandate by the state, it's a choice of the county. The rural reality is that having a short-term rental is actually a way for young families, working people, or retired folks who are land rich and money poor to afford their fire insurance and their mortgages. But we've traded an actual affordability mechanism for the appearance of affordability on paper in the form of our housing element. And for a red county, I'm shocked at how often its citizens wish we could default to the regulatory schemes of the state of California. I mean, I'm a liberal, but I think I'm conservative adjacent here, which is weird for me. But we are asking you to please retract this government overreach, let people make money from their own property, and reclassify these units to reflect the reality of what they truly are. On TOT, a little side note, independent rentals constitute 89% of the TOT and dropped 17% after these changes, according to the tax collector's data. This is the people's budget, and it is your fiduciary duty to steward it. This hit to the people's TOT coffers is policy induced, and it can be policy fixed. Please act now. It is directly under your control to reinstate these citizens' incomes and repair our lagging revenues. stream and help offset our deficit and keep more layoffs and cut services at bay. It takes strength and maturity to be willing to admit that this wasn't perfect the first time, and we believe that the ad hoc's revision effort is a show of that maturity, and we really applaud you for it. So big thank you to the ad hoc, and thanks for listening to us today.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lexi.
Good morning again.
Hello again.
Hey, Greg.
Hello again, supervisors. My name is Greg Hansen, and I am the founder and president of the California Civil Defense Institute, a 501c3 tax-exempt public interest organization helping Californians fight abusive government through public records, social media, lawsuits, and public policy. Our mission is simple: help Californians fight government abuse, expose corruption, and build a better California. Our vision is a California where citizens are free to live, raise families, build businesses, and thrive without abusive government standing in their way. We believe California should be the best place to live, raise a family, work, build, and thrive. That requires a government that obeys the law, respects citizens, empowers business, protects civil liberties, and answers to the people it serves. That's why I'm here today. Over the last several months, we have submitted extensive public records requests concerning El Dorado County and its VHR and hosted home rental programs. Those records are coming back. And with each production, we are learning more about what happened behind the scenes, what county officials knew, when they knew it, the problems they anticipated, the consequences they later discovered, and the people who were harmed anyway. The county changed rules governing existing businesses. Owners who had operated openly, obtained county licenses, and paid county taxes suddenly found themselves caught in a new regulatory system. People lost income, properties were trespassed, violations were issued, and businesses were disrupted. And now you're changing the ordinances again. There are some improvements in what is proposed, but if this board continues adopting policies that lack common sense, ignore the people affected by them, and leave citizens to absorb the consequences of the county's mistakes, understand what comes next. We operate a government accountability project in this county that generates more than 500,000 views every month, and it grows every month. We will continue obtaining public records. We will continue publishing the liabilities, the corruption, the bad actors, and the unfair policies and ordinances. I am also committing an additional $10,000 a month toward expanding our marketing efforts, publicity, and outreach throughout El Dorado County. When people search for El Dorado County, they will find the public records showing how their government operates. When people search for the supervisors responsible for these policies, they will find the records exposing those decisions. And when people search for El Dorado County's VHR policies, they will understand exactly how these ordinances have affected ordinary property owners and lawful business owners. If the county continues to push, we will push back 10 times harder. You will face organized owners, sustained social media exposure, extensive public records investigations, and lawsuits where you are liable. This will be a coordinated effort like you have never experienced before. That's the path, but it does not have to be the path. These owners are not the enemy. They are mothers and fathers, homeowners, entrepreneurs, taxpayers, small business owners. They employ local businesses, vendors, contractors, landscapers, tradespeople, and support the local economy. These are some of the best people in the county who make El Dorado County work. They love this community, they have invested here, and they want you to help them thrive. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. My name is Clara Serenkov, and I'm also here to talk about the VHR stuff. On the official county website, it actually lists 5 specific strategic focus areas, but the one that I wanted to focus on was the one labeled Thriving Economy. It's detailed lists out there on the website: attract and retain businesses, stimulate entrepreneurship, and diversify the local economy. Emphasis is placed on creating a business-friendly environment, streamlining the permit process, supporting small businesses, and leveraging economic development incentives. This is a wonderful objective for the county to have. I fully wish that it was something that all of the people in the county felt was accurate. It isn't something that feels accurate often if you are a small business owner, if you are a homeowner. And the thing that makes me so sad as I sit here and listen to the comments of all these people that have come up so far is that they aren't even asking to have a thriving economy. As we state on our county website, they're asking for survival. They're asking to just make ends meet. They're asking for the bare minimum And yet somehow we're advertising on our county website to any incoming people that want to know what our county is about, that we're thriving, and it doesn't feel that way. We're taking away opportunities that people should be able to make money on their own land to help encourage entrepreneurship within the county. And I just encourage you guys to look at that and to make this an actual objective of the county, something that if I have somebody I know who wants to move to this county, I can point to this and say that it's accurate instead of giving them the warning of, well, that's not really true. You might want to watch out for this, this, and this. If you want to be an entrepreneur in El Dorado County, you might want to look elsewhere. And that's a sad thing to say to people and a way to stand when this should be the objective of our county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Good morning.
Good morning, members of the board. Lauren Hernandez. I'm a resident of Shingle Springs, was raised in South County out in Somerset, and I'm also the co-founder of the El Dorado Economic Generator and Germination, which is a mouthful when we go by egg. And you received some analysis from us, and so I'm not going to get into that, but my background is in public policy, and so that's really a lens that I come from. But today I really want to speak to you as just a person in this community, and that's really what I think leads this work that we do. For us at EGG, economic development means creating an economy at the local level that meets the needs of people who live in this community and need an economy to work. Top of mind for me, I have a daughter who's 5 and she just started kindergarten this week, and why that's relevant, because I'm reflecting, George, where I grew up in your community. I went to Pioneer Elementary School, and when I was there in the 90s, the student population was about 800 in the district. Today, it's under 180. So what does that tell us about our economy? El Dorado County is not a place where families can live and make a living. I was fortunate that my parents, when I was raised here, lived and worked in this community, but those opportunities are shrinking. Back then, in the 30% or so of people who were working people in this county worked in this county. Today, it's closer to 70% have to commute outside of the county of our workforce here, because there are not jobs or ways for people to make a living. And the greatest opportunity that we have right now that is easy and nimble, and that you are hearing from people today, is to be able to host people in our rural community on the land and supporting our small businesses. The data that we shared with you shows that primarily thousands of local people who are local people, these aren't outside corporations, they are local families who are earning a modest way to supplement their income and support their families right here. Things that our economy in traditional jobs are not providing. So we can either be thoughtful in our process and our policy making here. We live in California, one of the most regulated, I'll say the most regulated state in the nation. And here in El Dorado County, we are being more restrictive than the standard that the state is setting. And it's ultimately being harmful to local people trying to make a living here. So we need to be thoughtful about that. The other thing in my background from public policy is that process matters. And from what I've seen in this process, I think there is intent that has been genuine but I don't think we're all having the same conversation. When we look at the guest houses today, the county has a very specific definition of guest houses. And from the people that you're hearing from today, this is not going to address that issue of the detached units with a kitchen that is larger than 600 square feet, that was built before 2020, 2018, that time frame of people who had an opportunity to support our economy and no longer can do so. Thank you.
Thanks, Lauren.
Thank you. Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning, Chair and Board. I am not a VHR owner, but when I'm reviewing everything you're putting forward, and I spoke to a supervisor yesterday, I find some real shortcomings in there. So when you guys write these policies and when the departments are writing them, put yourself in the position of the owner and the possible person that's going to come rent that place. So when you go on VRBO and you look for a residence, I have 3 families coming with me. We have a multitude of kids. So that 3 families typically constitutes of 6 adults. We don't know how many kids. There's no way to label that. But I start looking on there and I say, oh, not available, because I can't find a home that lists possibly 16 beds that I would need. So in certain cases, people skip right on by. They can't find accommodations that they need. because we've labeled everybody, and code enforcement goes out and looks at you, you get 2 per room. You get 2 adults per room, 2 adults per room. So in a typical house of 4 bedrooms, you get 8. How many families where there's 4 families are traveling, just adults? They come with kids. So a better way to look at this is to look at the sleeping accommodations. There are 4-bedroom houses that really can sleep 16. When you stay in a hotel, what do you get? Maybe 2 queens, there's 4 adults. Maybe you get a queen with a sleeper sofa, there's 4 adults. So we're really limiting our ability to attract people from the outside and come here and stay. So there is one rental I'm very familiar with, and you guys all know my connections with it. Families come there, and I see every family, because I'm there doing landscape work and that. They come with families. They're from the Bay Area. They love our rural setting. They love to go to the river. They go to Tahoe. But if we limit occupancy based upon strictly bedrooms and age groups, I can only imagine Kevin Hart showing up saying, give me your birth certificate. That kid's 13 years old. Is that one 11 years old? Is that one 9 years old? That's not the way to do business. Let's make it easy on the operators. Let's make it easy on the potential clients to come here. So if I go on there, I'm looking for 16, that's 16 real beds I can have, not 8 adults and unlimited kids. And I don't know why we put that limit in there. It's the occupancy is the people. And the comment was made to me, well, it could happen where I said, take it all the way up to minors, but I would just have a raw, real number attached to that. And that can be observed by when the fire marshal comes, he checks your gates at your swimming pools. He checks there's access. Everything's made safe. Let him go through, see what's proposed. We want to have 16 here. He understands, hey, this is a safe environment. There's access and egress. That's what they look at. They set occupancy in all of our settings. They set it in the movie theaters, the restaurants. They come in and set that. Why not involve them? They're the professional. No offense to you up there in the board or the different people that work in the county. They're not the professional. They don't have the tools and the training to make that educated decision. So let's rely on them a little bit and bring them into the equation, because they will tell you, fix the lock on the gate, make sure the driveway is accessible, so as we get in here. So again, appreciate your time. And the ad hoc committee, George and Greg, have done an excellent job.
Thank you.
Excellent job. I want to praise them for that.
Thank you.
Thanks, Todd. Thank you, Todd.
Good morning.
Hi, good morning. My name is Paula Kadurka, and you already heard my son talk about our house in Lotus. In 2014, we went ahead and put our house on Airbnb and VRBO. We went to the county, we got all our permits, the TOT tax, the business license. That was in 2014. When we built our house, it was labeled as a second dwelling on our property. Hence, as everybody already has spoken, there's been a difference in the terminology of what the board has adopted for second dwellings versus ADUs. That's our dilemma. I'm not going to rehash everything that people have already said. I support all that. My concern is the timeline. Started coming to these meetings after we were red tagged by Kevin Hart in September of 2025. Here we are almost a year later, and we haven't gotten anywhere. I mean, yeah, there's been the ad hoc committee, there's been some progress forward, but we're still not where we need to be. Our businesses have been taken away from us. The local businesses have not been supported. We've missed our opportunity to draw revenue this year. My concern is there's going to be a change in leadership in Supervisor 4 in November. Are we going to have to bring the new person up to speed as to what's going on? How is that going to impact us? I just would request that the board meet some kind of a deadline quickly so that we can all get our lives back in order again. Thank you for your time, and I appreciate everything that you've been doing. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning.
Morning.
Morning, Gordon.
Home, District 3. I'm not going to repeat what I said. I submitted a email, and I think you guys all saw that. I just want you to just take to heart everything that everyone so far has come up here and said, and let's try to reduce the regulations. It's stifling our economy. It makes business difficult to do in this county, and quite honestly, it puts us at an economic disadvantage compared to everybody else. So thank you.
Thanks, Gordon.
Thank you. Are there other members in the room that would like to address the board? Okay, can we go online, please?
Now taking public comment from online participants. Now taking public comment from Tara M. Tara, do you want to go ahead? You need to unmute yourself. Chair Lane, would you like me to move on to the next?
Yeah, we'll circle back.
Now taking public comment from Kiwin Sungawa.
Sorry, I have my recent name change on there. It's actually Quinn Meager. I own a VHR slash house that I actually live at a lot of the time in Strawberry. Similar to Sean's comments, like Squirrel and Karela are struggling, who are members of the community that we know well, partly because of this reduction in capacity, which makes it more difficult for the families who visit Strawberry to enjoy the lovely place that it is. I'm not going to repeat what everyone else said. I agree with most of what people was saying. I have a comment that I posted in an email to y'all about my specific situation, which was interesting. We started to finish a basement that was designed to be finished by the previous owner, put a lot of money and time into it. And when we went to get, like, we have new rooms, like, permitted and everything by the county, but because of the setback rules, like combination of like all the regulations that are in here make it so that I can't actually update the occupancy on the VHR after putting all that effort into it. So now in a 4-bedroom house, we are limited to, I think, 6 people, which is a bit excessive and makes it kind of comical to have the whole building that large with only 6 people in it, when a whole family, a couple families could be enjoying our property. And when we're there with our friends, we have plenty of people come up and, you know, people are able to enjoy and actually enjoy having the people in the community. And it helps support Squirrel. We're buying drinks and food and stuff from the station. And yeah, just wanted to echo all of those things, that like the lattice of regulation creates lots of weird edge cases. So the more flexible that it could be so that people can update things to the reality of what the county says is a building is, that would be great. Because right now I can't submit a new application because of the setbacks. Anyways, thank you for all the effort into this. I know it's not easy running a, a county, but appreciate your time. Thanks.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Rachel Carklin.
Hello, my name is Rachel Carklin, and good morning, the board. My house is at the end of South Apatraki Road in South Lake Tahoe, and it's 2 acres property. It's our second house. I had my permit for short-term rental since 2004. The renewal notice would arrive to my mailbox regularly every January. And each quarter, I have been sending my TOTs to the county. I worked hard. I had 4.9 rate on my rental platform. In July 2018, I have received a letter from the county's tax collector office. It was an 11-page letter, half of each page was in red and strikes through. I wanted to show you on my camera, but I tested it. It's hard to see for you, but it's outrageous. It looked like initial draft for something very new. I wasn't able to figure out what this is about, and I called the office. I was told the new process, this is 2018, the new process for VHR applications is coming. I asked in which way it will affect the existing permit holders, and it was told that the county is still figuring it out. And this was summer 2018. I have never got another better explanation and expected that if I'm sending my quarterly TOTs regularly to the county, continuing renting my house, somebody will contact me to tell me if it's wrong. No one called or emailed me. In 2021, I was told that I cannot rent it anymore, and I applied to be put on a wait list. In August 2021, the Board of Supervisors approved 500-foot buffer zone, and I was removed from the wait list because I was sandwiched between two properties, new rentals. The main reason for trying to reinstate my VHR is that my family loves Tahoe and loves the house, and long-term rental doesn't give me the option to come out sales. In 24, I hired a lawyer. He communicated with the county, and they never responded to his communications. And this is my chance just to see if my VHR, 15-year-old VHR, can be reinstated. Thank you very much for your time, and I apologize for my difficult speaking.
No need
Thank
to
you.
apologize. Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hi, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. Lots of great information is being shared. It's nice to see everyone speaking up about this. I don't have a lot of additions, although I will say I think that my one primary thought is that the owner should live on the property as we're talking about things like that. I appreciate Lexi getting up and talking about the ADU designations, the definitions that are done. I think that could be improved. I know the attachment for all of the items. I think one speaker got up and said that was pretty confusing. I agree. Take a look at what we want, what things would be of benefit. But after reading through everything and then seeing those definitions, it didn't seem to totally align for me. Also, I think that Mr. Rinaldi, when he got up, the correlation to other ordinances. So the agenda item itself had mentioned that code enforcement data and other county codes were reviewed as part of the committee. But yet in coming back now, one of the follow-up actions is to do the analysis against the other ordinances like agricultural lodging and ranch marketing. I think it would have been really helpful to make sure that that was all done and wrapped up as part of this presentation, just to make it a lot easier so everybody knows, because there are some factors in ranch marketing that may or may not appropriate for the BHR stuff. So with that, I would say anything that can be done to expedite and streamline any adjustments for the next hearing would be great for the people in the county that want to be able to have their VHRs. So thank you for all the work, and I look forward to the discussion. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Cameron Bauer.
Hey there, can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Cool. Good evening, Chair and Supervisors. My name is Cameron Bauer, and I'm an active member and a small business owner here in El Dorado County. I want to thank everyone who has worked hard to put the current ordinance together. I know it's a major challenge in balancing the community's interests with the ability for people to rent their homes. But I'm here to talk to you today about with any large policy, some things can go unforeseen. To no one's fault of anyone involved, sometimes individual situations slip through the cracks and end up being treated inequitably simply because they weren't anticipated. Some individuals are genuinely struggling because of the VHR ordinance implementations over the past few years. People who relied on the guidelines in place at time to make real investments and who, due to procedural limitations, didn't have the same opportunity others had when the ordinance was officially administered. Because of this, I'm asking the board to direct staff to create a narrow appeal process. This isn't a request to approve any specific case individually. It's a request to improve the ordinance so a fair appeal path exists for circumstances that don't fit the standard model. Right now, the only recourse for someone in this position is to submit a claim to the county or make a complaint to entities who don't necessarily have any ability to provide a solution because of the ordinance. An appeal process would give people an actual chance to be heard and allow the county to provide a legal and fair way to respond. The rules in this ordinance exist for a good reason, to keep balance in the neighborhoods, and I totally respect that. And I think a narrow appeal process wouldn't really change the spirit of that. The county's existing short-term rental base is large enough that a small number of one-off exceptions would have virtually no effect on the community. But on a personal level, I can tell you the impact is significant. Some of these individuals worked a large portion of their lives to build these investments, and through something out of their own control, they can no longer rely on the framework that was in place when they made them. I raised this with Supervisor Brooke Lane and Supervisor Greg Ferrero. I'm really appreciative that we have members of the board who can be reached out to, and I'm very thankful for the system. I've been advocating for a solution for about 2 years now, and I know others have too. I would really appreciate it if the board could set aside dedicated time to push this forward as the consequences continue to impart financial hardship. The county has a real chance to do a lot of good for individuals by giving them a voice. I hope we can move forward to that.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Melody Lane.
Melody Lane, I'm addressing item 51. As most of you know, I am a former member of the 2025-26 Civil Grand Jury. As such, I took the same oath of office that all public officials take to support and defend the Constitution. I also took an oath of secrecy. While there are certain things I can't share, there are some issues with this grand jury report that you and the public need to know. First, you will note that there are 15 jurors surrounding Judge Schlossberg in the grand jury photo. However, things are not the way they appear. When all the alternate jurors had been exhausted, only 13 juror names were listed in the report who completed their term. When the grand jury falls below the minimum 12 jurors, it is automatically disbanded. Such was the case in 2013 when 14 jurors all quit at once. That was the first time in EDC history that a grand jury report was never issued. I was largely responsible for that. After my interview, I invited the grand jury to attend a Taxpayers Association meeting where Supervisor Jack Sweeney was caught red-handed discussing confidential grand jury business with the entire group. I'm submitting 2 news articles with this transcript so you can read them for yourselves. Secondly, the grand jury operates independently from the county under the general oversight of the Superior Court. Just like you, jurors are expected to follow the law, rules of procedure, and code of ethics. Accordingly, I exercise my rights under Penal Codes 918 and 919C, which mandates the grand jury to inquire into the willful or corrupt misconduct of public offenses committed by public officials of every description, and that includes law enforcement, county council, and the district attorney. Soon thereafter, I and another juror were subjected to overt threats for exercising our legal duties. Any reasonable person will view those threats as jury tampering. Subsequently, 3 of us met with Judge Schlossberg to discuss the legal implications. For the sake of our personal safety, 2 of us submitted our resignations. Afterwards, the judge invited me to put my grand jury recommendations in writing and hand-deliver them to his office. I later delivered a second letter to Judge Schlossberg for his eyes only. Lastly, it is evident by the final grand jury report that Judge Schlossberg ignored all of the evidence and my recommendations, making him complicit and liable for aiding and abetting government corruption. I understand he stepped down from the Superior Court and returned to family law. Until such time as this board takes their jobs and government corruption seriously, the grand jury will remain a toothless paper tiger and a waste of taxpayers' resources. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Rich Gammas. Rich, can you unmute yourself, please? Chair Lane, would you like me to move on to the next?
Please.
Now taking public comment from Manveer Bola.
Good morning, Chair and members of the board.
My name is Man Virbola. I'm a homeowner in Pollock Pines. I appreciate the work that the VHR committee has done and support many of their recommendations. I do have concerns with the proposed changes to the 500-foot buffer, specifically excluding properties over 5 acres. Basing this exclusion on 5 acres seems arbitrary. Why is 5 acres the magic number? There are plenty of large lots in the county that are 1, 2, 3, 4 acres that have significant separation between neighboring properties. I respectfully request that the buffer be scalable based on property size and not moving forward with solely a 5-acre threshold. In my opinion, a better solution would be to keep the 500-foot buffer and just change the way it is measured. Currently, the buffer is measured from property line to property line. If this was changed to measure from home to home, the actual structure being measured would determine the separation. And I feel like this would be a much more fair way of implementing this process. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Steve W.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for the ad hoc committee looking into this HR permitting changes. My wife and I have been homeowners in Pollock Pines for 14 years, lived there full time for half of that time, and since 2019, I've had a VHR permit up there. We love the area. We were hoping just to be able to break even and just maintain a property that we could enjoy and our kids and families could enjoy. However, since the change in ordinance, I have submitted public comments and letters to all the board members back in December. We have lost over 70% of traffic and guest visitors in and out of our cabin, making it extremely difficult to maintain, as everybody has said before, with the increases in insurance and all the other costs related. That 70%, not just taken from our business, but transient occupancy taxes, as other people have mentioned, tourists, visitors to the area, all of those things have had a dramatic impact, and it's just making it very difficult. We also obviously have cleaners that we employ. We've been using some people for yard work. Those people are not getting their business. So regarding the changes, obviously separating the west slope from South Lake Tahoe is a first primary step. I'd request they restore immediately the +2 occupancy standard on the west slope. And as someone else has mentioned, with the children ages of 13 and above would have an immediate impact on our business. I do feel for the ADU people. I would jump on that bandwagon and request those that should be grandfathered in that had previous permitted area. That does not apply to us, but I think that's a very realistic and reasonable requirement. So the one regard staff recommendation talking about scheduling safety inspections, my only request there would be if there are guests on property. Obviously, that would not be ideal. And then also, we'd like to see a written notice from the county of the details of those inspections. It seems pretty arbitrary just to say a security inspection. But again, overall, I want to thank the committee for the work they've done, and I agree with everyone else that has commented positively on those changes that we'd like to see. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Richard Gamez. Richard, it looks like you're unmuted, but we can't hear anything. Okay, it looks like you've tried to log in as another. Let me try that one as well. Now taking public comment from Rich Gamez.
All right, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
All right, my name is Rich Gamez. I'm calling regarding the VHR buffer amendment. I live at 2760 Hay Ranch Road next to Serene Ranch and their illegal event center and VHR. My property is one of those shown on the buffer zone as an example. How coincidental. Most of these people up here complaining about receiving violations aren't legal by county ordinance. They probably never were legal. Some of you may not understand what's going on here. The whole problem and where we are today is caused by only a few individuals. These people will be mentioned in just a minute. To the people that are talking about how this is affecting their income, VHRs were never meant to be a business. It is for supplemental income. Just so you know, corporations are buying properties, and one of them is my neighbor. Clara, who spoke earlier, her husband Sergey, and Todd Story, who got up there and blatantly lied and said he's not involved in the VHRs, or does he own one? He owns the one next door to me, as well as the event center. These people are partners. And by the way, 16 people in a 4-bedroom house, come on. We have for at least 5 years now been dealing with this nuisance. We have spent the last 5 years being bombarded by parties, DJs, speeches, screaming, loud music, traffic every day of the week, and especially on the weekends. We have had threats from the property owners and assaults against my neighbor from one of the property owners. We have spent 5 years in these meetings working on the ordinance to get it to where it is today, an ordinance that the county and the community agreed upon. We have spent over $15,000 of our own money having studies done and fighting this only to be here today doing this again. If we allow the removal of the current buffer zones in our area for large parcels, 5 acres and larger, this will mean every house on my private road, every house on Gold Hill, every house on Cold Springs, just about every house in our community can be a VHR. The members of our community will be affected if this were to pass. The farms, ranches, rural community, lifestyle that all of us locals that live here desire will be gone. This will turn into a remote private or in the remote private areas. It'll turn into a playground for drunks, party goers, and ruckus behavior. Our county 2-lane streets will be the brunt of the traffic. I would also like to point out that Jenica Group, who is a corporation, owns 11 of these, and they're the ones spearheading this to get this stuff changed. They are friends with the Board of Supervisors. They are buddy-buddy with them. They're all having dinners together over at the event center. This is only brought upon by Lexi Boger and Todd Story to get these things changed so that they can open up a VHR next door. They have over $130,000 in
Thank
fines that
you.
have gone unpaid.
Thank you.
There is no additional public comment.
Did we circle back to any of the people that we weren't able to hear, or have they fallen off?
They did not raise their hand.
Okay, all right. All right, then we will close the public comment. I wish to thank everybody for their time this morning and for your comments. A lot of those will be discussed in the forthcoming item. I would like to suggest that we take a break until 10:45. That'll give us a chance to reset the room, and we'll be taking up that item next. VHRs. Okay, welcome back from a brief recess. We are now at the point in the agenda in which we are prepared to hear item number 50. And may I please call on the clerk of the board to read this item into the record?
Item number 50 comes from the Chief Administrative Office and Planning and Building Department, recommending the board receive a presentation on the West Slope Vacation Home Rental, VHR, Program Ad Hoc Committee recommendations and provide direction to staff regarding potential amendments to the VHR ordinance.
Thank you. I would like to welcome Brendan Ferry, who's our Chief Deputy Director of Planning and Building, and also Jennifer Franich from the CAO's office. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, Board. We are here today to present to you recommendations from our West Slope Vacation Home Rental Ad Hoc Committee. So we want to refresh your memory of the ad hoc objectives today, go over some public engagement efforts, present solutions that were identified for issues that the ad hoc heard on this topic, and then ask for some feedback from the full board. We are also going to go over some current VHR data and enforcement trends.
Yeah.
Did anyone not get one?
Give it to Dave.
Sorry, go ahead.
Okay. As a quick introduction to this topic, we are going to be discussing short-term rentals, which means 30 or fewer days. The county currently allows these in residential areas, affording an income stream for owners and an alternative option for visitors to stay. But we have also developed a program with a specific set of rules that apply in recognition that this use can impact our neighborhoods. We are discussing today both whole home rentals where the owner is not present and hosted rentals where only a portion of the home or a guest house is rented. And as you heard come up a little bit in the public comment, we considered in the past, we've talked a lot about, what kind of use is this? Is this a residential use or is this a commercial use? And the complicating factor with this is that it's kind of both. And while other jurisdictions in California and across the country have outlawed short-term rentals completely, our board, your board has in the past said, let's do the more difficult thing and come up with a set of policies and regulations to continue to allow these. So unfortunately, we just have to keep going back and trying to figure out if we can get our regulations exactly right. And this is part of the process that we've been going through recently with this ad hoc committee. So as a starting point, we wanted to provide some current data on vacation home rental permits. There are currently 746 active permits in Tahoe and 192 on the West Slope. So you can see it's a much bigger industry in the Tahoe Basin than the West Slope. As we know, it's much more concentrated in Tahoe, and there's also a higher demand for permits. There are 233 owners on the wait list for a VHR permit in Tahoe. On the West Slope, there are 17. And there are 27 hosted rental permits in Tahoe and 18 on the West Slope.
Jennifer, before you leave that, on the West Slope, 17 that are on the wait list, because we still have the buffer here at this moment. How many are which kind? Is it split out?
We actually don't distinguish that on the wait list.
Okay.
So I don't know exactly that breakout.
Okay.
But we have advertised that wait list is open since 2021 when the board enacted the 500-foot buffer. So there has been, quite a few years for folks to jump on that wait list if they are buffered out.
Okay.
And we, for whatever reason, we haven't seen the demand to get on to the West Slope wait list.
Okay. Thank you.
If the board chooses to enact some of the recommendations today, you'll see that the 500-foot buffer for hosted home rentals will go away on the west slope. And so that really could eliminate the need to be on the wait list.
Yeah,
because
and
they
that's
would
why I
go
was
away.
asking. I was hoping to have that information, so
And I
it can help us.
could try to follow up with my staff and find that out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so the board had 5 specific objectives for this ad hoc committee. The first was to focus review on the west slope, to evaluate potential changes to buffer zones between VHRs, to assess the inclusion of both attached and detached structures in the program, to review code enforcement data, including the number and types of violations, and to ensure that this proposal is, whatever proposal comes out, is consistent with our existing ordinances, particularly for accessory dwelling units, ranch marketing, and ag lodging. So while the board was very specific in the direction, there was also a lot of ground to cover in this ad hoc. In order to come up with recommendations, the ad hoc first went to the public for feedback. And similar to the public comments that you just heard today, opinions on this topic are across the board and vary from totally against any type of vacation home rental to have no restrictions at all. But most of what we hear is in between. So in March, the ad hoc held a listening session to receive feedback from the community. And we have a full summary of that attached to the item, but I just wanted to go over a couple of the major themes that came out. So one was just expressing economic hardship due to the changing regulations and red tagging, and request to provide objective and clear definitions and regulations so that the public can more easily understand what is required. We also heard frustration with inconsistent enforcement and enforcement methods. We heard about a need for reasonable pathways for detached units of different types. And this included comments on detached guest houses, accessory dwelling units, barns, and other accessory structures. We also heard about this idea of rethinking buffers for large parcels and considering differences in the needs of West Slope versus Tahoe. And there was also some comments about the overlap with the ag lodging and ag land diversification issue, and specifically for the West Slope, overall just providing for lodging for recreational and agricultural tourism. So I'm going to go through some more public outreach, but I wanted to show that the ad hoc committee really considered this feedback, and there are some solutions that are linked specifically to what was heard. So for economic hardship due to changing regulations and red tagging, overall, the ad hoc wanted to loosen some regulations whenever possible, acknowledging that there are different issues on the West Slope than in Tahoe. For the inconsistent enforcement and enforcement methods, we want to review the website, the guide, and permitting forms for clarity, and then clarify provisions for enforcement. And on that topic, I just want to remind the board that back in 2018, and I think kind of all along since then in this process, there has been an effort to establish rules, and then in order to really address the biggest issues, which are noise, traffic, garbage, that we have been directed to just enforce the rules that are there. So while we did hear about inconsistent enforcement methods, and we want to, help communicate what those rules are as best we can, we do have direction to use that enforcement as a way to allow this program to continue.
And I'll just add on really quickly if I can.
Yeah, go ahead.
You do recall that the board's prior direction from 2024, and then when we presented also last year and gave the program update, the board did direct staff and provided resources to do so, to engage in a more robust code enforcement program for the VHR program in general. And staff has delivered on that and been successful in that front. Mr. Bailey, the code enforcement manager, is actually here and present. And if code enforcement questions come up later, I just wanted to let you know he is available and we can rely on him.
Thank you.
Okay.
I think we'll get through the presentation and then we'll start one by one.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we do have some code enforcement data in here, so that might be a good time to talk about that. Okay, so again, we heard we need reasonable pathways for detached units of different types. This came up also in the public comment this morning. So some solutions allow detached guest houses countywide, and remove the bedroom restriction on hosted home rentals countywide. I do want to note that as much as I think we can make the differences between the different units as clear as possible, and we can work to do that, some of these, the differences are for a specific reason. We have a matrix attached that includes definitions and rules for some of the accessory units. And just kind of for the public's benefit, some of these units are meant to be, full dwelling units, and other attached or other accessory structures are not really meant for human occupancy at all. And so while we maybe want to be as flexible as possible, there are also just some basic requirements for what is really a unit that somebody can use as a long-term residence. And then there's on the other end, units or just structures that aren't really meant for occupancy. And then there's in the middle things like guest houses that traditionally are meant, are just part of the residence, but meant for guests to come and stay. And so some of those structures are just more appropriate for short-term rentals than others.
And sorry if I can jump in here one more time.
Go ahead and jump in.
Director Garner and I did exchange some communication this morning, following up on Mr. Rinaldi's comment, which I thought was a good one, and I think Karen agrees. It probably would be helpful for us to develop a more robust matrix than the one that was just attached to the item today, that could really include agricultural lodging, ranch marketing, et cetera, because these are standalone programs. They do address specific and unique needs, but they definitely intertwine and interrelate. Some are governed by state law, some are governed solely by county ordinance, some are governed by both. And so I think that is something that we could commit to in our department, is to produce that matrix and then go ahead and start attaching it when we do presentations on ag lodging, when we do presentations on ranch marketing, VHRs. We could include that standardized, and it'll change because these rules continue to change. But that would allow the public and the board to see, how these programs interrelate, interconnect, and coordinate. We certainly do coordinate when we manage these programs. I mean, we work in the same department. We work on these items together. For instance, next week the board will hear an item on agricultural lodging on the 25th. And so that is forthcoming. And so we've certainly coordinated, knowing that presentation is coming with the item today. So I just wanted to add that context.
Okay, so moving on, again, what we heard was rethink buffers for large parcels. And the buffers really started for addressing the Tahoe area. And I think they serve a couple purposes. One is just spacing out the use will help with the effects to the neighborhood. It helps to not commercialize the neighborhood, which was one of the issues in Tahoe. Some neighbors were saying, I'm really surrounded by vacation home rentals, and it's, affecting how how the way that I live, and I want to live in a community. The other thing that it addresses is the noise and traffic issue. And especially on smaller parcels, you're going to get more of that just if there are more VHRs around you. So for the West Slope, the buffers maybe are they're serving fewer purposes. If you had a 5 acre or greater parcel, or large parcels on the West Slope, that was one thing the ad hoc wanted to do, is delete the 500-foot buffer. We also, again, heard there's just overlap with this ag lodging and land diversification issue. So as Brendan said, a solution to that is ensure that ag lodging, ranch marketing, VHR regulations, and I would add to that the ADU ordinance are all kind of working in sync. So the ad hoc committee also had a 4-question survey released to the public, and this was focused on the initial direction from the board. We received 363 responses to that survey. And the questions that were asked were about occupancy increases, additional allowances for guest houses and junior ADUs, and reducing the buffer size for large parcels. So we also have a summary of what came out of that survey as attachment E. But again, major themes: occupancy limits deter bookings and restrict families. We heard that also today in public comment. Some rules are overly restrictive in general with no logical upside. And some of the comments especially centered on providing flexibility and reducing rules for kitchen appliances, number of restrooms, and square footage restrictions. And those all relate again to these differences between accessory buildings. And we did look at that. We did try to look at, can we use a different definition for guest house, et cetera. Sometimes it does kind of come down to, if it's a larger guest house, but it doesn't have a full kitchen, it doesn't have laundry facilities, then it's not really a full dwelling unit. It can be used really as a guest house, and the intent is not to have somebody there permanently. So I hear what they're saying when it comes to that. It seems like very specific rules that don't need to be there, but we have to kind of draw the line somewhere between how we define these different units.
And I'll just jump in again. We did look at to the state of California. They do not have a specific guest house definition. We originally thought we could perhaps expand our definition, which is housed in our zoning ordinance. We were not able to do that. Our guest house definition is very specific. Some of it does work itself up into Tahoe and the Tahoe Regional Planning Agency, or TRPA definitions. We had that conversation at the board a couple of years ago in Tahoe, if you can remember. I'll just call it the SYNC conversation that we had in open forum. And so we really did try to do that. We really also tried to look at JADUs as an option. The state, against my knowledge of this, and I'll take some responsibility for not discovering this, but in January 1 of this year, the state did preclude junior accessory dwelling units from being used as short-term rentals. So that is in state code. We cannot allow JADUs. Regarding ADUs, there are specific ADUs built prior to some of the rule changes and some of those that were built afterward. I think the board does have discretion on some of those new state law ADUs that you heard a lot about this morning to decide if you would like to rent those short term. They are prohibited in our own ADU ordinance, but there may be some exceptions to that if the board would like to entertain that thought for those older ADUs that were permitted by the county, that are inspected and could pass a safety inspection, all those kind of things. Obviously, we have housing goals and HCD mandates for our RENA numbers, et cetera. So the ADU conversation is a much bigger conversation. It has implications. If we pull on one string, there will be effects on the other side of the balloon. So it's just I want to provide that context. That is a conversation that we could have today. We certainly heard a lot of public comment about that. I understand the frustration. These definitions are specific for a reason, and that is frustrating for the public, and I totally understand that. But we can talk more about that in the board discussion.
Okay.
I got a quick question, Brandon. Would you see that as permitted secondary dwelling or ADU prior to the state law change? Okay, so we'd have to spell that out, obviously. It may not have been a permitted ADU, but it was, well, back up, a permitted VHR, but it was a permitted ADU prior to that date.
Right, it would have either been a permitted ADU or a permitted secondary structure. I think our older ordinance was secondary structures, and then we changed it to
Right, 'cause
ADUs, I think, in
obviously
2018.
we have a lot of those old, I'm gonna call them historical buildings that date back.
So we
Our
would.
short history.
Right.
Yeah.
Yes. We would want to be able to tie those back to a permitted activity. That would be my recommendation. I'll talk a little bit about code enforcement data later, but there were a number of structures being rented that I would consider to be very unpermitted. Tree houses, greenhouses, tents, those kind of things that that code enforcement did stop. And I think those are good for safety reasons. So I think we would not want to go so far as to something like that.
I think though, if somebody's paying taxes on that, whether it's permitted or not, that's proof that it is a legal.
So let's not get too far.
Well, I'm not,
into
but I just want to make sure
that
that
topic.
don't
We're
wanna
going to come
lose
back
that.
to it.
Okay.
Yeah, we're going to come back
Yeah,
to it
thank
for
you.
sure.
Sorry.
Oh, no problem. Gives me a little break. Okay, so again, in the online survey feedback, we also heard that buffers are not as necessary on large parcels. We also heard that hosted rentals have fewer problems and therefore should have fewer restrictions. And then that too many VHRs impact residential character, can push locals out and reduce housing stock. Also, like in the listening session feedback, we did hear that enforcement has been inconsistent or difficult for the property owners. So similarly, some solutions for occupancy limits and the perceived deterrence to restricting families. Remove the bedroom restriction on hosted home rentals countywide, restore +2 to occupancy on the west slope, and increase the what we consider a child that doesn't count in those occupancy limits from 5 to 10 years old. And I think there might be some further changes from the ad hoc, but we had discussed increasing that age limit to be a little bit more flexible with occupancy. We also heard some rules are overly restricted with no logical upside. So again, loosening those regulations whenever we can, while still protecting the character of the neighborhoods. And then trying to be really clear in how we define terms and communicate expectations and regulations to the public. Along with that, again, we were asked to be clear about terms, and we talked about that already. Hosted rentals have fewer problems and should have fewer restrictions. So again, removing the bedroom restriction on hosted home rentals countywide so that if you're hosting a rental, you can rent out all of your bedrooms instead of, I think it's just 2 right now. And removing the 500-foot buffer around hosted home rentals as well. And then last, too many VHRs impact residential character, push locals out, and reduce housing stock. So we want to keep intact rules around safety, noise, and occupancy, keep buffers for smaller parcels, and make sure we are restricting ADUs if that's what the board would like to direct us to do. So I won't go over all of these again because we just went over them, but in summary, these are the ad hoc committee's recommendations, at least as they stood when we put together the staff report and presentation. So we can discuss these now, or we can continue with the presentation and have the discussion at the end, whatever the board would like to do.
Any strong feelings on that? You want to hear the rest of the presentation and then we'll go in one by one? Okay, let's continue through.
Yeah, come back
Okay.
to it.
Okay, so you're going to jump to me now. Thank you, Jennifer. And we're nearing the end, so we're looking forward to the board discussion. But the staff did want to take advantage, if the board was going to open up the ordinance, staff did have some further clarifications and changes based upon the last year and a half of implementation that we would like to make. Some of these recommendations came from county council, some came from code enforcement, and some came from the admin staff. And you can see those here on the slide. I don't want to go through all of these, but strengthening trash requirements, for instance, allowing bad actor local contacts to be decertified, clarifying the revocation period to be 1 year, whereas now it's undefined, clarifying if physical changes are made to a property that a new permit would need to be applied for, mentioning and allowing safety inspections to be conducted. That was brought up earlier. Sometimes VHRs are changed, bedrooms are added, basements are turned into bedrooms, for instance. We would want to be able to do an additional safety inspection if physical changes are made to VHRs. Continuing on the list here, clarifying that operating, marketing, or advertising unpermitted VHRs is not allowed. Currently, it just states that operating an unpermitted VHR is not allowed, so we want to add a little more robustness to that one. Clarifying that VHRs cannot be permitted, VHR permits cannot be obtained while outstanding code cases are active on a property. Currently, we are not explicit on that. We are explicit on that in our zoning ordinance, where we do not issue new permits to a property if they have outstanding violations. And we thought that only made sense to carry over into the VHR ordinance as well. And lastly, I actually have one more after this, but clarifying that renewal materials must be submitted 15 days prior to a permit expiring. Currently, applicants can submit renewal materials up to 5 p.m. the day before their permit expires, and that puts staff in a pretty challenging position to try to renew the application by the very next day. So we are trying to prevent permits from expiring and giving my staff a little more time to process those applications. I think that only makes sense. One item that's actually not on this list that Mr. Runkle, our county counsel, recommended, and we do not get it on here, so I apologize, is just to clarify that vacation home rental enforcement can be conducted proactively. All the rest of code enforcement is conducted on a reactive or complaint-driven basis. The board did approve a strategic plan from code enforcement, I believe in 2024, that did make this clarification. So the direction has already been given. Mr. Runkle would like to strengthen that and just add a statement into the ordinance that allows it. And that is simply so that code enforcement staff can look at online listings and use our online platforms, our vendor like Rentalscape, to do research and investigate, for instance, unpermitted VHRs. It's not for code enforcement staff to go look on properties. So just clarifying that proactive enforcement piece is the other one that's not on this list. And I think next slide. So here is some code enforcement data. This is only for the West Slope, just to clarify that. And this was done for approximately the 1 year period following the new ordinance being implemented. The VHR ad hoc committee did request this information from us. The reason for that was to try to determine whether the ordinance amendments were causing properties to be out of compliance, right? And you can see from this slide, by and large, the greatest number of reasons for these enforcements was that there was no permit, 76 of those 182. The other 50 on there were for unpermitted structures. Those are for some of those things I listed: tents, greenhouses, tree houses, campers, those kind of things. So by and large, most of those properties would have been illegal all along. It's just that what we did in 2024 was actually build a more robust code enforcement program, and we discovered these. So they had not been discovered to date. So that tells me that the ordinance amendments in and of themselves did not make these properties illegal. It's just the fact that we simply had never discovered them before because we didn't have code enforcement staff. And just to quickly address TOT on this slide, I know TOT has been talked about quite a bit. And I believe Ms. Boger did submit a chart on TOT to date, I think since 2017 or 2018. Thank you for submitting that. To me, I think my belief and what happened in 2025 is that this board most likely recalls that the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office does collect TOT on illegal rentals and always has. I think Ms. Karen Coleman came to the podium and clarified that point pretty clearly with Ms. Lane.
You say illegal rentals?
Yes.
Yeah.
So illegal, if, for instance, historically, an illegal rental may have been hosting on Airbnb. Airbnb would automatically collect the TOT tax, and I believe Airbnb sends the county one check every year for millions of dollars with very little detail attached to it. So we get a check that says, here's the TOT that was collected in your county. It doesn't say, here's how many were legal, here's how many were illegal. And so I believe that by, eliminating illegal VHRs, we did eliminate a portion of TOT. I think that's just a simple fact.
Yeah.
And so that's my guess on where that gap in TOT went. Now, if you look at that chart, there's hotels on there, for instance, their numbers fluctuate too without any rule changes. And so this is another point I'd like to make is that the VHR industry is influenced by much greater things outside of our control, like the economy, like the weather. For instance, if it doesn't snow in Tahoe, we'll have less skiers. If we have less skiers, we'll have less VHRs being rented. And that's just a simple fact of this business. It fluctuates. COVID caused it to fluctuate substantially. And so there's market factors completely outside of our control that I just want to acknowledge. It's not a simple, this point directly links to this point here. There's a lot going on in this space. Okay, next slide. Okay, here's the one-off or special case slide. So you heard from some public commenters this morning. This is a new concept that we do need board direction on. This does not exist in the ordinance to date. Our ordinance is very black and white. You submit an application, our staff checks that application for completeness. If you can check all the boxes, you are allowed to pass go and move on to the next step, which is pay your fees and get your fire inspection done. If you can't check all the boxes for whatever reason, for instance, you're inside of a 500-foot buffer, the application is not accepted, we don't collect any fees, and the application is denied. So if the board wanted to entertain a one-off or special case scenario in the ordinance, it would introduce a discretionary component into the ordinance where if they couldn't check all those boxes, an applicant may be allowed to submit sort of an appeal to that decision. That decision would have to go to a higher level body, something like Director Garner, our zoning administrator, something like that. They would have to meet certain findings, which we would have to draft and include in the ordinance. If a one-off or a special case VHR were to be approved outside of the normal situation or the normal process, they would have to meet the following findings, health and safety, and we would have to draft those with county council. That decision could also be appealed, maybe to the board, maybe to the planning commission, something like that. So all those details would have to be worked out. I think there's pros and cons to this. I mean, certainly I think some properties may have slipped through the cracks for one reason or another when the program or the rules changed. These are all unique situations, and I'll just say, having worked in this space now for a few years, I've not only grown much older, but
You don't look it.
but every VHR is a different situation. Every single property owner is in a different situation out there. And we hear that, my staff hears that every single day. And we appreciate that. So this is something that has implications. This will create a new workload. This will create new processes that we have to figure out. And we really need board direction on whether you'd like us to go down this path or not. Next slide, and I think that's really all we have. We are really looking forward to questions and discussion from the board. And we do have one final slide just to show you if the board does choose to direct staff to entertain these concepts that we've presented today. We will return to the board for a first reading of the VHR ordinance amendment. That will include a red line version of the ordinance. We can certainly do some additional analysis and make sure that there's no further conflicts with ranch marketing, agricultural lodging, et cetera, and then continue to communicate to the public, not only VHR owners, who you mostly heard from today, but also neighbors and those who may end up living next to VHRs. So I think we will now turn it over to the board for your discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. The way I'd like to do this is I'd first like to give the ad hoc committee an opportunity to chime in. And then I'll ask each supervisor if they have clarifying questions, something specific that they want to make sure that they understand, because we're going to bring it back for a full discussion. So initially, we're asking clarifying questions and then full discussion. If you would please use the buttons so that I can tell who wants to queue up, that would be great.
Greg, you want to go first? Okay, sure. Am I limited to questions now, or
No,
just-
no,
okay,
we're
I can-
asking
okay,
the
okay,
ad
okay.
hoc to,
All right.
please.
Kicking it off. A lot to unpack.
Yeah.
First of all, I want to thank the CAO's office and Planning and Building, Jennifer, Tara, Brendan, Supervisor Turnbull, we've met quite a bit over this last almost a year, and had a lot of good discussions. Especially want to thank the public that attended our public meeting, and was it March, that responded to the written survey and that showed up today to voice their feelings. We were directed by the board to focus on looking at some changes for the VHR ordinance on the west slope, and we focused on the west slope only. We didn't consider ag lodging. We didn't consider ranch marketing, like you mentioned. Those are separate things. All three of these policies, providing we get the other two rolling, or they're all going to have to work together and be consistent. So we focused on recommendations for the west slope only, but there are a few items that might be considered on the east slope, also in Tahoe. And I'm just going to go down the line on our recommendations. And I think we probably should focus on the ad hoc recommendations now. And when we're done discussing that, maybe after a vote, then we talk about staff's recommendations, just to not muddy the water. They're all very different.
It's a good idea.
So our recommendations as an ad hoc, as listed, is restore the +2, so 2 per bedroom, plus 2 additional people. Remove the buffer around hosted rentals. And our thoughts with that, with the hosted rental, you have the owner living in the house with them, supervising the people. Currently, we're limited to 2 bedrooms. And if they have 4 bedrooms or 5 bedrooms, let's allow them an opportunity to increase their business. We currently allow attached guest houses to be rented as VHRs, but we don't allow detached guest houses. So we want to include both attached and detached to be rented. Back to the so we talked a lot about larger parcels that are on the west slope, and we recommend removing the buffer for parcels that are over 5 acres or 5 acres or more, just simply because of their size, the distance. And that 500-foot buffer was instituted to create or to discourage clustering primarily in South Lake Tahoe. And we're not going to have a clustering problem in the rural area on the larger parcels. We talked about the age limits for guests that are exempt, and currently it's 6 and under, or under 6 are exempt. And we talked a lot about that. We want to increase that age, but really didn't really have any concrete thoughts as to how old they should be or why. It was brought up to me yesterday, why don't we just allow, all minors up to 17 years old to be able to stay in homes. But I got to say, there was a comment provided to us yesterday by Sean McCabe that talked about the rental platforms, VRBO and Airbnb. And according to him, and I think my recommendation is going to have staff confirm that those platforms are 12, that they rent by, from 0 to 2, 2 to 12 years old, and then everyone after 12 is included as I guess an adult. But if that is accurate, what Mr. McCabe is saying, then I would recommend we increase that age limit to 12 instead of 10, just to make it very clean and no questions asked. The platforms use 12, and we can be consistent. And then there are a few things that we may or may not want to address as a county. Well, age limit, I mentioned that. Let's see, there's so many notes here. I think the whole premise of renting ADUs is it's confusing, and I think everyone's confused. But if there is a way, and from what I heard today, there might be for ADUs that were permitted prior to 2020, or did not apply for their permits through a state streamlined process, maybe we find a way for them to allow it to be rented as vacation home rentals. It makes, to me, when you hear the public say, hey, I own a parcel of land and I have a house on it that I live in, and I have an ADU, and I can't rent the ADU, but I can move into the ADU and rent the house. That to me makes absolutely no sense. So if there's a way to loosen up the restrictions on ADUs and still comply with the state law, then I think we should do that. Brendan talked about exploring exceptions and creating a narrower appeal process for one-offs. And we talked about this, and I mean, I think we need to do that. There's people that, I know one specifically in South Lake Tahoe. He bought a piece of property in South Lake prior to the change in our ordinance with the intent on building a house to rent it out. During the course of his construction, we instituted the ordinance, which created buffer zones of 500 feet. His house was now built. He tried to apply for a permit, and now he can't get a permit. So he wants to rent it for hosted home rental, but he's only allowed to have 2 bedrooms. So he spent, hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars on this property, and I think it's worth exploring to see how many one-off cases like this are, and not really cases moving forward, but cases that were kind of caught in our process back in 2024, and create an appeals process or just an exemption for them. And those are my thoughts for now.
Excellent. Okay. Supervisor Turnbull, did you want to?
Yeah, I just want to say, I want to thank everybody that's showing up on the town hall that day and all your input and stuff. And also the survey that we put out. It was actually really good. We had positive comments was 28, negative comments were 15, and neutral comments were 67. So there's a lot of things that Greg has talked about and that we looked into. And I think that age limit of 12 years old makes sense to me, especially if there's other things that are adopted that age limit, we could do that. I think it'd be great. The biggest problem is these people are having, a lot of the wineries and things are out there. They're looking for kind of income to benefit their wineries to keep it in business. And the biggest problem is insurance. And you're talking about 29% increase. And these fire maps that we get from CAL FIRE, these different zones, impacts a lot of these people that live in these areas and stuff. And Grizzly Flat went from a 4 to a 10. That's 3 times the increase in insurance now. And especially when people are trying to survive, I think that needs to be taken in consideration because it is unbelievable what's going on. And especially when you have these large wineries and stuff and the increase is going to go up, they have to have some kind of sustainable income to be able to survive and keep their business going, because ag is a very, very important thing to our county. So we need to look at different things to be able to help them. And I think, Greg, we came up with some good solutions, and I think we can hopefully we can move forward. And I hope the board looks into it a little bit, too, and I think accepts what we put in place. So I want to thank you.
Can I add one more thing?
Yeah, go ahead, Greg.
A lot has been said about occupancy limits, and it's been suggested, why don't we just follow the fire marshal's formulas for occupancies and residences. I checked with El Dorado County Fire and El Dorado Hills Fire. They don't have a policy or a formula. They rely on what we recommend. So.
Okay, let's go ahead and open this up to clarifying questions of either staff or the ad hoc committee. Does anybody want to kick this off?
I will.
How about if we start with Supervisor Parliament? Oh.
I pushed the
Oh, I
button
keep
hoping
going.
somebody would go first, darn it.
Yeah,
Okay.
use it for fast enough.
Okay, so clarifying questions. I wanted to thank everyone too that sent in email comments. It really made it easy to see them written out and their thoughts behind it. So that was really helpful. But at the same time, it demonstrated in my mind that there's a lot of confusion about some of the topics still. So on recommendation number 1, can you, and I'm talking to staff, I think here, tell me exactly what this +2 means, because I went on VRBO last night, just trying to, I went all over the state, and I found it really confusing that different places in the state do different things on VRBO. One platform has different things. So I'm like, oh no, does that mean that somehow each county's influence is in here? I don't know, but some of them did have the 12, age of 12, like Mr. McCabe said, but then I went on one here that's in Forest Hill, and it goes children 0 to 17, and then it asked me how many adults, and you click your number. It asks, what's chirping?
I think there's a bird in our ceiling.
Oh my gosh. Oh dear, I hope
It's pretty. We're bringing nature
there it
into
is. I hope it's not distressed, but anyway. And then you click on the number of children, and then over here on the side, it literally has kind of what Todd Story, I think, was trying to say. I think I interpreted that correctly, but it actually shows how many rooms each room has, this bed, this type of bed, this, how many people fit in each one. So is that how this is all being calculated? And then this +2 on top of it. I just felt that there was a lot of different ways to look at rooms and numbers. And I think that might be part of our confusion is I felt like with the comments too, everybody was thinking something different. And so maybe that's part of our problem with that particular topic. Because even VRBO to me has different numbers for different age groups and stuff. So how did we get where we are, and are we clear? Because the comments were really scattered all over on that thing. That's just one of my questions.
Yeah, I think so. Originally, the thought about, well, you could have a studio, right, that you're renting out. So the occupancy for that should be 2, even though there's not technically a bedroom. So it was decided we would do 2 per bedroom, each for each, by the building permitted bedroom plus 2, which at least gets, again, those studios some occupancy, but you're not overloading the unit with people. And then again, excluding children from that occupancy limit. And then I believe it was a couple of years ago that the +2 was removed, and maybe Brendan can talk about that a little bit, because I wasn't involved in that process at the time.
Yeah, be happy to. So Jennifer's right. The county does track, legal bedrooms in structures, and that's what's permitted. And there's a way to establish a legal bedroom sort of after the fact, right? If you have a 3-bedroom home and you can build a 4th bedroom and get it permitted and inspected by the county, you can establish, say, a 4th bedroom. So there is a process for that. So our occupancy is based on 2 individuals for each of those rooms. So a 4-bedroom home, you'd have 8. 4 times 2. And then our ordinance did have a +2 on top of that for things like, I'm not exactly sure, people sleeping on the couch, people sleeping in a loft, people sleeping in a basement or on cots or on the floor, right? Something like that, just to allow some additional occupancy. And then, like Jennifer said, we've always had this a child age, and right now it's 5 and under do not count. The ordinance is actually written that 6 and over do count. So it's kind of an inverse relationship. They're the same thing. It's just a little nuanced. As far as VRBO and the way that they count, and it's my understanding they do not necessarily adjust their rules for the counties. They're very large platforms worldwide. And I think it would be sort of a insurmountable exercise to incorporate each of the local jurisdictions' rule set into their platform. So I'm not exactly sure why you're seeing different.
That's my question, honestly. That I think we need to explore that, because I mean, like the one I've got here in Forest Hill, it says 3 bedrooms, sleeps 8.
Well, so
and then it literally lists out the common area. So instead of having this vague nebulous +2, it actually lists the common area here and how many people could sleep there. And I just feel that instead of having these, because I did see some comments, I think in the email ones that we got, if you just say you can have as many children under 12 as you want, and they don't have to be in a bed anywhere, I mean, that could get a little unwieldy too. So I'm just trying to understand, why am I seeing on this platform very clear numbers, very clear beds, it's really clear what you can and can't do. But some places do say 0 to 12, and then some say 0 to 17. So, and that's all on VRBO. I didn't even try the other platforms. So I'm just saying, I think we need to really do a little more digging on this for clarity.
Can I just
speak to that specifically? Sorry.
Yeah, I just do want to clarify that ordinance as written says 2 per permitted bedroom.
Right.
So we can't control how somebody advertises their space when they go on VRBO. They can put on VRBO, it's a 4-bedroom house, but I have 2 rooms with 2 sets of bunk beds. We can't control that. What we can control is if we do get a complaint, a noise complaint, something like that, and we go out and we find you've got 12 people in a 3-bedroom house, then that's a violation. But we can't really control the photos and what people are putting online as to how many it sleeps, if that makes sense. But it is clear in our ordinance. It is 2 per permitted bedroom right now, period.
And that's the maximum. So if you're running your VRBO or your Airbnb, you can determine, for your setup, how many you think actually will fit. So they could say that they only want 4 children total if they want it, even though we maybe allow as many as they want, they can make the rules for their own setup and we just have the maximum in the ordinance.
And if I can just add on to what Sue said, that's what I was going to say. Owners do write their own ads on those platforms. I'm not sure why VRBO would be structurally different depending where you're looking, but the owners do draft their ads. They place their photographs and their description of what they're advertising. My staff does, look at those ads and interacts with the property owner. So if they have if their occupancy is 8 and they're advertising 14, we will ask them to change their occupancy to the correct number. So we can look at those ads, but that is owner driven. That is their product that they're selling.
Okay. Still seems really squishy, but okay. That's one. Do you guys want to build on to that one before we move on, maybe? Do you have anything you want to add to that one before we move to a different
No,
topic?
we'll come back and really deliberate each of them individually, but this is clarifying questions.
Did that clarify?
That clarified for me. Did it clarify for you?
Not really, but that's okay. I think what I really would like is more not squishiness. I think that the squishiness is causing, because that's what I read in the comments, the email comments that we got, that everybody was interpreting a little bit different because of that. And so that could be why we have some confusion on it. But so maybe we can hash that out somewhere. Another one that I had, let's see. Okay, so then for hosted, the number of bedrooms, you're saying the cap right now is at 2. So you're suggesting to loosen things up on the hosted specifically, you would need 1 bedroom for the host to be in. So it's basically the total number of bedrooms minus 1. Is that what you're actually suggesting then for a hosted?
I think we would have to mandate that one of the bedrooms be reserved for the owner, the occupant, the host.
Yeah, the host. Okay, that helps. And then it's not really a clarifying question, I don't think. Well, is it? I don't know. I had really hoped that we had focused in on the one-offs as a result of the changes and the new enforcement, and because the Kaderkers and the Wheelers are here, I've been talking to them for 2 years, wanting to figure out how to get their VHR potentially back that they had before, and with no complaints and no violations in permitted buildings, is my understanding. So is there a way that we can focus on that? Because when we did the update in 2021, I think it said in the staff report, we did the one originally with the clustering and all that in 2021. We allowed for folks that didn't have violations, that were in permitted buildings in Tahoe specifically, that go round, we let them have non-conforming legal VHRs. And we said through attrition, they would fall out over time with the buffers. And I feel like we didn't do that this last go round, and that's how they fell out. And I really would like a focus, like super duper high intensity focus on figuring them out before we really do a whole lot of new stuff. And how many of those do we have? I know I have 2. And I don't know if I have others. I have 2 in my district. How many? Well, how many do we have though, Brendan, that people have said?
No, that's a tough question to answer. Like I said, each property is different.
Right.
And each of these, like Miss Karkland, who called in a public comment on South Upper Truckee Road, had a permit originally when the treasurer tax collector was running the program.
Yeah.
She did not submit her paperwork when the program transitioned to our department, and then the 500-foot buffer was installed, and she was not able to obtain a permit. Now, she had a legal VHR all along. She just didn't conduct that next transaction.
Yeah.
And so is that a special circumstance? It could be. So they're all very different. The gentleman in Tahoma that Mr. Ferrero described, who built his home to be a VHR, got buffered out, has a hosted rental. He can only rent 2 rooms. Now, if you allow all the rest of the rooms to be rented, that will help him. It still may not give him a full VHR, but he has a hosted rental with maybe 4 bedrooms instead of 2.
Right.
So they're all very different. There is a handful. I think each supervisor may have 1 or 2, or I don't know how many. So that's why we raised the issue.
I think on that topic, I'd rather try to help people than try to knock down our economy and knock down their ability, because we took away, and then we didn't it sounded like when Tahoe went in, we worked with, we didn't do it here. So
Yeah.
I'd rather be spending code enforcement time or county staff time helping people get to where they're supposed to be. If that takes some extra time, than limiting it and just fining and going to the mat.
And thank you, Supervisor. We'll bring it back and we'll discuss each one of these individually right now,
That's fine. Well,
clarifying
she was-
questions
Yeah.
and.
Because
for
it's
that,
it's
so.
the one-offs. I just feel like the one-offs are like, I'd love to
doing the one-offs.
focus and get those behind us. And I think that the folks would too. So that's, I guess, if you want a clarifying question, it's like, why didn't we focus on those first? Because for Tahoe, we did.
Mhm.
And we didn't do that this go around. And to me, it's been very frustrating. And I can't imagine my residents have been equally frustrated, I'm sure. And I haven't been able to do a darn thing to help them, and I've been wanting to. So super frustrated there.
And is this, so are you wanting it to be focused specifically to those that were buffered out? Like, is it the application of the buffer that created the issues? Or are you wanting to look at all of it?
Anyone that,
Excuse me, if the audience could please just allow us the time to work through this. Thank you.
yeah, anyone that had, had been, and I want to be careful in my words because there had been folks, I believe in the past, that were under the impression, and remember, we've had a lot of changes over the years, and it has been confusing for folks. When it was under the treasurer tax collector, some people I have talked to were under the impression that, I have my business license, I'm paying TOT, and they thought they were legal, and they actually weren't. But they thought they were because they had, from the county documents saying I can do this, and they're collecting my money. So they thought they were legal. And they really actually weren't even then. It's just that then we updated things and started looking at them, and we had code enforcement. Those are the ones. So it would be when we did the last, October 22nd, 2024, final passage. I think it took 30 days to take effect, probably, right? So 30 days from October, so November 22nd, 2024, my understanding is quite a few notices of violations went out. Those are the ones that I would like to focus on to see, were they actually operating in good faith? They thought they were legal because they had documents from the county. They were paying their TOT. They were in permitted buildings. They had no complaints or violations. That's probably a really small group based on your report here, because your report kind of said that a lot of them weren't in permitted structures. They, all these things. So I want to focus on those first, because we didn't give them that opportunity like we did in 2021 when we updated things in Tahoe. We gave those folk, we bent over backwards. And I know a few still fell through the cracks, they did. But generally speaking, we allowed so much to continue on because we knew it was a big change.
Yeah.
And so I just don't feel we did this last time. And I've been wanting for 2 years almost to address those. So I would like to do that before we make any other big changes. We haven't even fixed that. So, and that's what I wanted to know, like, how many of those were there? I mean, we should have numbers.
The board could decide to define what is not a one-off. I mean, you could look at it in both ways. If that's an easier way for you to think about it, all these things would not be considered that. If you want to hone in just specifically on that one issue, that would be for the board to decide.
Well, I guess I wish we'd had data. I mean, I am a little, I'll be honest, I'm a little disappointed there's not more data in all of this. We're supposed to be making data-driven decisions, and I wanted to see how many of them are there? Is there like 6? Let's tackle those ASAP. If there's 200, which I know there's not based on our data, but I'm exaggerating, that's a bigger probably policy issue, but are there really only a handful or 2? I don't know. I know I have two sets of residents that have been coming to me consistently and wanting to deal with this. And I had to say, I can't do anything. I'm waiting for this ad hoc to be formed. And I was waiting for the ad hoc to bring us stuff. And the one-offs were not addressed. So I am frustrated, to be honest. So, that there, I don't know if that was a clarifying question or comment, but whatever.
That's okay.
Yeah, slide 12 with the code enforcement data does show of all the cases, which the reasons that they were found to be in violation. And as I stated, the vast majority had no permit or were in unpermitted structures. So to me, those would not be a one-off eligible situation, right?
Right.
So
That's why I'm thinking it's a small number.
So I agree with you.
Okay.
All right, Supervisor Ferrer?
I want to back up to ADUs. What type of ADUs would be illegal to rent
Would
in
be
El Dorado County?
legal?
Legal.
And I may need.
JADUs are illegal now, all of them?
Correct.
No matter when they were permitted or anything, is that?
JADUs can no longer be rented as short-term rentals per Government Code 66333.
That's a state.
Yes.
Okay, so.
No matter when they were built?
Right. That, according to the state code, unless council has other information, but that is our understanding.
And that just went into effect January
January
of
1st.
this year. Yeah.
So what ADUs, what circumstances would those be legal in to rent?
So they cannot be ADUs, which are known as 66323 units. Those are the ones that do take advantage of streamlining provisions. They get exceptions for setbacks and other things. So if someone took advantage of the state streamlining provisions and we permitted them, they would not be eligible to be rented short-term, period. Ones that are not subject to the 66323 provisions, and these would be, I believe, pre-2018, and I need to verify that date with council, would potentially be eligible if they were permitted by the county as a secondary unit. I believe that's what in our zoning ordinance, we call them secondary units, not accessory dwelling units. We made that change to our ADU ordinance after the state made those significant changes in 2018. So I believe it would be that subset would be prior to that state implemented date change, where we would have some discretion to decide if we would allow them to be rented short-term.
And we would be able to create that list.
And we could, so I guess I would think about it where we could try to create a list by looking at building records, but we could also make the rule change, advertise it, and then that would be when an application came in, that would be the first determining factor by staff would be to check, is this an ADU that was built per streamlining provisions or not? Was this built pre this date?
Yeah.
Did it have a permit from the county, et cetera?
That way you're only checking ones that are actually relevant, because if they're not applying for a permit, it's irrelevant.
I would suggest that we do it that way.
I like that. All right, thanks.
Thank you. Madam CIO, I had you on here, but I think that you already asked the question. Okay, so Supervisor Veerkamp, please.
Yeah, this unfortunately is a little mind-boggling. We sat in a strategic planning session yesterday with SACOG, looking at the arena numbers for 28 and how to get there. The consensus of the strategic planning group was, can we have control over the state's limiting factors that are keeping us from reaching affordable housing or housing options? And obviously the answer was no. So how the hell do we get to our arena numbers, let alone housing in our county that is needed? We heard from a lot of people earlier this morning about their ability to keep income coming, which we're obviously a heavy ag tourism county as well as tourism county and up in Tahoe. And yet we're placing restrictions on ourselves. I think we need to get away from those. The state's doing a good enough job as it is, and we need to open up the ability for success. And again, don't put the emphasis on code compliance unless it's life safety or occupancy, and those can be defined, and emphasize success and how we can get to that. If not, we're not going to meet any of the things that we're attempting to do for our local economy as well as our tourism economy. I know we're going to bifurcate the ag tourism component, but here, those two are pretty closely related. And, when I read through the ordinance changes of the last few years, we've made it more difficult. So I think we're on the right track. I think there's some things moving in the right direction. We can clarify a few of those. But again, from me, It's simplifying, not complicating. State's doing a good enough job at complicating it. So I'm ready to get to the items and move down them and get going.
Okay, great. Thank you. I have some clarifying questions. So first off, I want to thank the ad hoc committee. I know that you've had a lot of meetings. I wish the public outreach was a little bit more robust, but you've provided us with some good food for thought here. One of my clarifying questions is the definition of the West Slope and the basin. So I just want to make sure that when I'm considering all that you've proposed here, that I'm thinking about the parts of District 5 that you would consider West Slope. So I'm thinking definition-wise, we're talking the top of Echo Summit, so like Phillips, Twin Bridges, Strawberry, Kybers, Whitehall, certainly Pollock Pines, and then everything west.
About like Echo Lake, that area.
Echo Lake would be included, that's the
In the
top.
West Slope?
On the West Slope definition.
all right.
Yeah, and I want to make sure I understand that because you do have very clear West Slope only, and you've delineated that in the report, but you also have some that you're suggesting countywide. One of the ones that you didn't indicate countywide or West Slope in the staff report is the age issue. So were you intending that to be a West Slope only recommendation, or was that to be considered countywide?
I think all of the recommendations that could be considered for county are all specific to the West Slope, unless you wanted to open that up to the East Slope as well. And kind of leave that up to your thoughts on that. Hey, it's a good idea, let's do that, or no. Then we can leave them. We can leave all these recommendations to apply to the West Slope, correct? I don't see why we can't.
Well, we were really clear when we created the ad hoc. Number one, focus the review and recommendations specifically on the West Slope region. So I was a little bit surprised to see things being mentioned countywide, and I can see pros and cons there, and we'll go there more when we have the discussion. I'm just trying to clarify because every one of your recommendations listed on page 2 of the staff report, numbers 1 through 8, all on each single one say, is it West Slope or countywide, except for the one regarding age. So I'm just trying to get clarity if you wanted that to be considered countywide, or if you are specifically talking about the West Slope on that recommendation.
I guess, George, I can make it simple. Say all of these are West Slope recommendations, unless
you specified otherwise.
Well, unless you think they would apply, would be beneficial to the East Slope, South Lake Tahoe. Otherwise, they can all apply just solely to the West Slope.
Okay. Also along the lines of clarifications, you talk in here about recommendation number 7, revise restrictions on grills, fireplaces, and fireworks to strengthen and emphasize fire safety countywide. But I don't know what that means. Did the ad hoc committee have some specific ideas on what that means to revise restrictions?
I can try to.
Go ahead, because I think there's some more of a staff
Yeah,
recommendation.
This did partially come from staff. Right now in our ordinance, there is a time to cure. So one really good amendment I think the board made in October of 2024 is we do allow people to correct virtually anything before they receive a violation. So if they have
That's the 30-minute from the time of a complaint. Is that what you're talking about?
Correct.
Okay.
So if someone's listing an unpermitted VHR, we give them 5 days to just take that listing down. And there's a warning process, right? So that's great. They can take it down and go on their way. If we receive a complaint, code enforcement staff will call the local contact immediately and say, we got a complaint about pick something, noise, trash, parking. You have 30 minutes to correct it, and we are on our way out there. If they correct that within 30 minutes, there is no violation. So And that applies to things like fireworks and fires. And so I think this came from staff as a suggestion that we don't want to let a fire burn for 29 minutes and say that that's okay. So one, I think to be very specific about this, the board could decide that for certain subsets of rule infractions like fires and fireworks, there could be an immediate, it could be less than 30 minutes where a violation could occur because of the absolute, immediacy of the situation.
Okay, thank you for that clarification. That's one of the ad hoc's recommendations that you're asking us to consider countywide. So I kind of wanted to get an idea of what that meant, what that looked like. And then to the ADU discussion, again, clarifying, if an ADU was built utilizing the California Government Code 66323, streamlined, go to the head of the class, get your permits faster, cheaper, with the idea though that it could not be used for short term. Whatever period of time we're talking about, I think we're going to clarify that in a little bit, but if I built an ADU utilizing those opportunities, and then my life changes and I decide it would really be advantageous for me to be able to use that as a short-term rental, would there be a mechanism for me to pay the difference in the fees? Is there a way to
Undo?
Yes, that's a good way of putting it.
I am not certain about that. I am not an ADU permitting expert. I apologize. I was looking to Director Garner.
Well, I'll add in, I mean, we can certainly look into it, but my sense is that it would be highly unlikely that you could unring that bell. And that's for a couple of reasons. One, it's the function of not just the state code, but our county ordinance code that makes clear that those ADUs that are permitted in that manner cannot be rented for a period of less than 30 days. And the second and perhaps more important one is that once we, as a result of this system that we've set up for permitting these streamlined ADUs under state laws, we report that information, the permitted ADUs, to the state, and it counts towards our RENA numbers. So to build in a system, if we were to now, even if we could,
Right, gotcha.
build in a system where somebody could years later recharacterize an ADU as one that is something other than this state streamlined ADU, I suspect that would create significant issues with our housing reporting, and I suspect that HCD would take issue with that change, that we're no longer meeting our obligation to affirmatively further fair housing. So I can't say definitively, but I can tell you, I think it would create a number of problems that might not be anticipated.
Gotcha.
So
Okay.
I think that I'd suggest that you were probably on the correct track and focusing on, I'm going to maybe just use a generic term, second units, because that were perhaps built and permitted before or under a framework that predated the kind of formal ADU structure that was a function of state law as embedded in county ordinance. I think that might be the best area for you to look for additional flexibility in allowing rental of those units.
And the initial ADU rules from the state, was there a point in time that we can identify when that started?
Yeah, we could. I mean, our ordinance implementing it, I think, went into effect in November of 2021, but I think that we were maybe been a little bit behind the state law. So we could certainly look into that and come up with a trigger date.
Starting time. Okay, great. And then my final question is, did the ad hoc committee, along with staff, did you discuss the pros and cons of having two separate ordinances? It is starting to get confusing.
One for east, one for west, you mean?
We did not specifically discuss that. We have discussed that in the past. Even when we built in the hosted home rentals into the program in 2024, and we considered a separate ordinance there, I think we ultimately decided to put them into one ordinance for consistency's sake. And I will just add that I tried to have some influence perhaps on the ad hoc recommendation for this consistency by suggesting that some of these edits could be made countywide, just for consistency, like the fire example that I just mentioned. There is one that can only apply to the west slope, and that is to remove the buffer around hosted home rentals because there is no buffer on hosted home rentals in Tahoe.
Right. Okay. All right, Supervisor Turnbull.
Yeah, I just want to ask a question because we brought this up before on Title 25 homes. Could that be a big solution, especially with ADUs? Because you got to understand, Title 25 only requires 4 inspections, where Title 24 is like 36 inspections that has to be done. This speeds up the process, but not only that, it might increase our arena numbers too under the Title 25. Could we possibly adapt this Title 25 program to help with our arena numbers, but also help with ADUs, which would be more efficient and speed up the process? Because these homes started in May. They started June 1st building these houses. We just actually had a celebration yesterday of 2 was completely built because there's less inspections from the county that has to go out there. So I'm just wondering, can we or can't we, or is it possible?
I would have to defer to council on that question. I am not prepared to answer that.
Okay.
Yeah, I haven't looked into the interplay
Here comes
with
Karen.
Title
She can
25.
answer that. Maybe. Thanks, Karen.
Welcome, Ms. Gardner.
All right, good morning. So I believe the question was using Title 25 for production of ADUs. And Title 25 has very specific requirements when you can apply that. And we have used it for disaster-related areas. There are a few other exceptions, very remote areas that don't have all the services you can get elsewhere. For example, like the Forest Service cabins, those types of things might be able to apply. But generally, you can't apply Title 25, unfortunately, across the board in other areas.
Thank you.
Okay.
Great timing.
Clarifying that.
Yeah, good question. Supervisor Ferrero.
That's one last thing. And I just want to address you and say, we weren't trying to take liberties with the East Slope at all. Just some of these items we discussed that they might apply to the county, but we're not trying to push that on you by any means. Just one question about the permitting for ADUs currently from here on out. If I want to build an ADU, are there 2 different paths for me to permit it? Or do I have to use the streamlined process?
No, I believe there are 2 different pathways.
Okay.
To permit an ADU.
All right. Okay.
Yeah, good question. Okay, so let's take each individual recommendation one at a time. Let's have a conversation about it. I think if we can certainly make a motion for each one, or we can go through the whole list, see if we have basic agreement, or if there's something that is an outlier, and we could separate that one out maybe and have a conversation. We'll just see how it flows, if my colleagues would be okay with that. So let's go to the recommendations. They're on page 2 of the staff report, or they're also delineated in the PowerPoint. It looks like Ms. Franich has the screen up for us. So let's go to item number 1, restoring the +2 to the occupancy standard on the West Slope, which is currently set at just 2 persons per bedroom. Conversation around that, questions, comments?
I'm good with it.
I'm good with it the way it's written, with regards to the West Slope. And, I'm going to be very reluctant to agree to any changes, maybe. Maybe there actually are 2 that I can agree to, but I really respect and honor the process that we went through to come to the recommendations that we did. The 13-member, all made up of residents, when they sat and they talked and we really kind of peeled the onion back, we agreed that there is a close relationship between numbers of people, which equates to numbers of cars, which equates to noise, increases in noise, which equates to garbage. You know, they all are interrelated. And so the group up in the basin really decided that even the people that were really for VHRs and would prefer to have the +2, they agreed collectively that they could agree to not have the +2, and I'd like to make sure that that gets maintained, at least up in the basin. So I would concur with this one as well. If we move on to number 2, remove the 500-foot buffer around hosted rentals on the west slope. Conversation, thoughts on that?
I'm fine with it.
Fine with it?
Yeah.
Okay. And again, as was just pointed out, that is the case up in the basin already, so that would make sense.
And Chair, just, you know, when we do this, I'm the one that really pushed not to let go of that buffer when we made this change in 2024. And the reason why is at the time, the hosteds were being fairly abused, and staff at that time hadn't really created a way to verify residency very well. And so I've been assured, I'm waiting for Brendan because I'm talking about him. Sorry. I've been assured by Brendan and staff that you now have, you feel a really ironclad way of determining residency for hosteds. And so that shouldn't be a concern anymore. And so I am going to support this, changing this now. And I am going to ask that the clerk add a statement in the record, because I am completely doing a 180 on this, but I think that it's just because staff heard our concerns and has addressed them. And Supervisor Lane has also assured me that in the basin, the hosteds are now doing really well and are the least of her problems. So, and you still feel strong that you can guarantee that residency, correct?
Guarantee? That's strong.
Yeah, yeah.
Yes.
Pretty
and
darn
that is
good. Yeah.
But there's a process for verifying.
Yeah, and it,
That is
but it
ex-
works.
Yes, and that's exactly why I included that attachment to the item on the robustness of our HHR verification process. That is the process staff goes through.
Okay.
It's kind of like going to the DMV, as fun as that is. But we do require, yes, 2 forms of identification, you know, current identification, not an old phone bill from 5 years ago.
Yeah.
That show that that owner lives at that residence.
Okay. So I think that one should help several folks.
Good, okay. Let's move to then number 3, allow detached guest houses along with attached guest houses, which we already allow, that they could be rented short-term countywide. I'll just add my 2 cents right here. That word detached actually got added at the DS, if I recall correctly, and that was never part of our advisory group's recommendation to begin with. So I think we're still being consistent with their desired outcomes by, I would support removing the word detached. Other comments, questions?
You mean countywide on that one?
Countywide on that one.
That one, okay, gotcha.
Okay.
Yeah. Are there any other? Yes.
So,
oh, no, I'm sorry. That's what the action is. And we would be removing the word detached in the ordinance.
So supporting number 3.
We'd be allowing detached.
Yeah.
Be allowing detached guest houses.
Right.
Yeah.
By removing the word.
Yep.
Yes.
That's the way it's written.
Yes.
And so are those fundamentally just a hosted then? Because they're a guest house? They're not a, do you know what I mean? Like somebody's living in the main house and this is just a
If it's
guest
attached,
house,
yeah,
right? So
right.
technically they're hosted, right? Is that how they're permitted?
I don't know that that's the
homes?
way they're permitted, but technically, yes, that, I think that is the way they operate, is that this would be a detached sort of secondary unit that is rented.
Okay. So I'm thinking then with removing the hosted buffer, then depending on how all this shakes out, I could see that the guest homes could be permitted then as a hosted, which, right?
Originally, that's how we looked at it. It was like that there's not much of a difference between sharing a wall and having space between the two walls.
Right.
If it's not a fully, again, to me, it's looking at, is it a fully contained dwelling unit versus is it a guest house that doesn't have all the amenities that you would need if you were living there full time? So that's something, I mean, we would probably need board direction on which way you want to go with that, because I think you could consider those hosted rentals, or you could say any detached unit we're going to consider as a non-hosted rental.
Yeah, I think a guest house would be, my staff just texted me and said, yes, those would be permitted as a hosted home rental.
Okay.
Okay.
I think that work, because then we would
Has to be
have,
there.
yeah, someone would have to be there, and I think that works really well. Yeah,
That's a good point.
like that. Okay.
And is that truly how it's being implemented in the basin right now?
The guest house?
Guest house.
I would say yes, because they do not have a kitchen, for instance. So they need access to the main home, theoretically.
But aren't there some, I'm just thinking out loud here, there's some garages that have been built in the basin that are detached, and they built a full-on bathroom, kitchen, you know, they could have like a cooktop, they might have a small refrigerator. I mean, they could be VHRs. And I'm recollecting that some have VHR permits that look like that. And I could be wrong too. So I trust your staff 100%.
She texted me again and said, yes, those are hosted home rentals.
Okay.
So she seems certain, and I trust Melanie quite a bit. She's been running this program for a long time. I'm not going to absolutely say that we've never permitted a guest house as a VHR. I just don't know that absolutely, but.
But the
I believe
intention
the
of this
Yeah.
is that they're hosted.
Yes.
Yeah.
Got it. Okay. I'm
That works.
supportive of that
Yeah.
too. Okay. Any other comments or questions around that one? Okay. Amend the 500-foot buffer provision to exclude parcels 5 acres or larger on the west slope. Comments, questions, concerns, thoughts?
I don't support this one at all. I don't. I don't know what kind of outreach was done in some of these neighborhoods, talking to folks that actually live in the more rural, remote areas. But I just kind of asked folks when I was at meetings and at events and stuff, and they're like, yeah, I could handle maybe one, but preferably none. And I did a lot of thinking about why I could see this being concerning. And so our larger, okay, so I am gonna differentiate between our larger residential parcels versus our larger ag parcels. I do think they're different. And for the residential parcels, when you live out more remote in, I have several neighborhoods, let's say, that have 5 or 10 acre estates, and they have HOAs, they have road associations, they have Firewise communities. I mean, they have that sense of a neighborhood, relying on each other, especially in our more wildfire prone areas. And so I just have concerns about lifting this until we maybe do a little bit of a deeper of a dive. To Mr. Gamiz's point, he's like, I don't want to see Gold Hill Road become just a bunch of VHRs. Not that that would happen, but there is potential. Once someone does one, then maybe other neighbors are like, yeah, I'm out of here, and they sell it to somebody that's going to make it a VHR. And we just don't know what kind of conversion there could be. So, however, on the flip side, I think that by removing the buffer on the hosted home rentals specifically, that allows for our bigger ag parcels, places that do want the tourism, they'll be able to not have to deal with the buffer for the hosteds, because we've found historically that when the property owner, and I mean the property owner, the actual owner lives there and has to deal with the problems, there just aren't problems. That's what we have found over and over again last several years. So, and I would even, I don't think it's in here specifically. It's kind of not. My thinking was that if we want to look at larger, well, not larger so much as I'm thinking of ag parcels, because we're talking about VHRs, not ag lodging. That's separate but related. I would want to look at perhaps even for the ag parcels having, I don't want to call them ADUs though, because I don't want to,
Muddy the water.
but I just think that other buildings, other ag buildings perhaps could be used as rentals for tourism. Again, because on ag parcels, the primary use is supposed to be ag, so you need that property owner living there. But to supplement their income and increase the tourism, it makes sense, property owner, ag venue, property owner living there, outbuildings, renting for people staying there. It just seems like that makes sense to me. And I'm not sure if that's in here exactly. So that's kind of where my brain went, was doing that, but keeping the 500-foot buffer otherwise. I don't know how to, I know.
I would suggest, since the board will hear an item on ag lodging next week on the 25th, that perhaps that issue could be incorporated at that time.
So tell me this, because this has been our angst since day one of when we did the last one. The VHRs versus ag lodging. Are they separate, the same, different?
One could obtain a VHR permit on ag land. VHR permits are not precluded in any zoning district. So
Right.
if you have a single family home, even on a commercially zoned lot, you can obtain a VHR permit. So an individual could obtain a VHR permit on ag land. So they're not mutually exclusive.
Right.
However, the ag lodging program, which currently does exist in our zoning ordinance, by the way, could, for instance, rent more than one unit on a lot, right? It could rent different types of units than what may have to meet the high standard of being a VHR.
Okay, so will the VHR ordinance then just like reference over to ag lodging then? Because remember, before we didn't have our ordinances talking to each other, and it did cause confusion. So I want to make sure that when people talk about VHR on ag property, that somehow it's either going to be dealt with in this ordinance, or is that our VHR is going to be over in, is there going to be an ag VHR category in the ag lodging?
No, I don't believe so. But we could add a reference to this VHR ordinance. We did, in fact, add a reference to the ranch marketing program.
Right.
And I forget which year, one of the amendments we made.
Yeah.
That says where there is conflict between the two, because there is inherent conflict where ranch marketing theoretically is to host events and VHRs preclude events.
Right.
So there is conflict. We made very explicitly clear in the VHR ordinance that where there is conflict, the ranch marketing ordinance prevails. So we could do something similar on ag lodging if you felt that was necessary.
It's probably going to have to be somehow necessary so that we make sure they're referencing each other. Because, I mean, I can quote exact instances in the past when our ordinances weren't cross-referencing each other, that there were mistakes made, quite honestly. So we don't want that ever to happen again. They have to cross-reference each other. So you're telling me that we don't want to talk about ag VHRs today? That's going to be in ag lodging.
I guess I was not specifically calling it an ag VHR. I just said one could obtain a VHR on an ag property.
Yes.
But I believe ag lodging will be complementary but separate.
Okay.
I think it will have a separate rule set than the VHRs. And Director Garner will be presenting that item to the board next week.
So anything in here today applies to ag properties also?
It could.
well, they're not called out separately, so they are at
So
this point.
I think one way you could look at it is the VHR ordinance applies to anything that allows some kind of residential use, right? The ag lodging will apply specifically to selected agriculturally zoned lands and have additional potential uses and different types of uses. So the ag lodging would provide another layer, another requirement is that you have to meet certain types of zoning and have other certain, with, I don't know all the ins and outs. Director Garner is better prepared for that. But the VHR casts potentially a wider net on the type. It's kind of silent on zoning. It doesn't say these types of lands, but I think the underlying assumption is it's a residential use. So there has to be some kind of residential zoning involved. I don't know if we want to consider being more explicit on that, but I think where it comes up is if we could reference over somehow to the ag lodging ordinance, but I think it's more important in the ag lodging scheme to be clear about the lands that it does apply on, and that maybe that a statement that it does not exclude a VHR, and that references back to the VHR ordinance.
Yeah, I agree. I just want to make sure that they're talking to each other, because in the past they haven't. And we've consistently said that currently you could do a VHR on ag lands, but then if we're having this other conversation next week, we've got to make sure they all mesh.
Agreed.
So, and today we're saying that, even on ag lands, they could do a guest house, let's say. So, that they've got to make sure they all mesh together. To Mr. Rinaldi's point, they've got to work together.
Yes.
Okay.
Agreed.
So this is a weird one for me. I'm trying to imagine some different scenarios, and I kind of understand the diagrams. A scenario that I'm playing out in my head is a large 5-acre plus parcel that has a residential home on it that the owners reside in. And then they have other buildings on the property that they could get a VHR permit for, right? But it's weird because it's more like a hybrid hosted, because the residential owner is in the home and there's other structures on the property that could be used as either hosted or VHRs.
Well, only if they met the definition. So if it met the definition of a detached guest house,
Yeah.
then it could obtain a VHR permit. But if it was just a barn or a shed or something like that, it wouldn't meet that definition. So it would therefore not be able
Or
to.
it could be an HHR, a hosted home rental, right? If it met the definition.
If it met the definitions, passed a fire inspection, all those kind of things.
Huh.
But not an ADU. Is that what
not
you?
an ADU?
Yeah,
well,
not
unless we change.
Yeah.
It could be just a house on 5 acres. Right.
Yeah.
Right.
That's kind of how we pictured this.
Okay, and then show these examples that you showed, kind of show like the current parcel, and then with the 500-foot buffer, all the properties it would affect, or it could show the location of where the primary house might be. There was an idea that came through in the public comment today saying, what if you did it from not the boundary of the parcel, but rather the home itself, where it's located on the parcel, and apply the 500-foot from there? Is that a
We
consideration?
did talk about that.
We definitely
times,
considered that.
And then we just kind of realized like the intent of the 500-foot buffer was for clustering and noise problems. And we're not going to have that on 5-acre parcels. And so that's why we kind of decided, well, let's eliminate the buffer on those parcels.
5 acres or more.
I'll just add, there can be technical challenges if you use just the structure as the identifying feature, because
Got to get a tape out and start measuring.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We talked about Google Earth and other options, bringing a surveyor out.
currently we use the county's GIS as our tool, and I would recommend that we stay there as our standard metric. If we go to the home, the GIS tool cannot definitively pick up the edges of a home if there's tree cover, things like that. So measuring distances becomes pretty challenging between structures. So I think that's why we veered away from it. If I could add one other nuance to this already, complex scenario. One thing I was thinking about as I was drawing this out after this item was published, and I think that Supervisor Ferrero and Turnbull intended for it to be carried out this way, is that even if we eliminate the 500-foot buffer on a 5-acre parcel in this action, if they had a neighboring parcel, say that was a smaller parcel adjacent, say a 1/4-acre lot has a VHR permit, well, their buffer would preclude that 5-acre parcel from obtaining a VHR permit.
Right.
So I would just ask the board, would it be your intention that, and I'll have to verify with council that we can legally do this, but that the buffer would not apply in any way to a 5-acre parcel? Does that make sense? So the neighboring buffer wouldn't impact this larger parcel, because I think the board's making a determination that because it's a large parcel,
Right.
it inherently buffers itself.
So you're saying if you got the 5 acres next to a 1/4 acre, the 1/4 acre has a permit, the 5 acre could still get one.
Yep.
If you wanted
Thank
it
you.
that way.
Yeah. That I think that would be my preference.
Yeah.
Intent.
And I'm not going to agree with this one.
fine.
Because in my mind, it's more than just noise. It's about how many VHRs do you want your neighborhood to become? And the whole point of the buffer was to discourage clustering. And we did get a really thoughtful comment from, in an email, and this person really agreed with just about everything except for when it came to this 500-foot buffer, because they live in a neighborhood of 5-acre parcels. And she says she already has one VHR next door. And there's not a problem with having that there, but she doesn't want to be surrounded by them. And I think that's what we were intending when we did the anti-clustering, is that even though these are big parcels, they're still neighborhoods. I mean, like I said, these folks have Firewise communities, HOAs, and they rely on each other as a neighborhood. And the more remote, the bigger the parcels. When we have these catastrophic wildfires or anything else, I have Snowmageddon coming to mind because we had that not too long ago out where these bigger parcels are. Those folks really benefit from knowing each other as a neighborhood. So I really want to caution against just this one. I think this is the only one I really had angst over. And then I'm really looking forward to tackling the ag lodging, because I think that in my mind, that's really where our, what's the right word? I guess we need a break soon, but I think that we can see a lot of benefits there for where we were trying to go with the ag lodging and tourism and stuff. So I would really ask the board to reconsider this one. And if you want to do it, maybe let's table it and go out to some HOA groups of bigger neighborhoods and let's talk to them, because I don't know if that opportunity was had. And I can give you contact information for several of those.
I don't know, George, the majority of the public comment that we received at our meeting, I mean, it was to allow these on larger parcels. The people you're referencing, they've had opportunity to comment. They've had a few different opportunities to comment. And still, the majority of the people want us to loosen the restrictions.
So,
whoa, I'm going to say, whoa. The majority of the people, what are you talking about?
Majority of the comments we've received.
so on the current VHR data, this is accurate, correct? You're talking about 746 active permits in Tahoe? That's correct. West Slope is 192, correct?
Yes.
All right, so you have Tahoe hosted rentals, there's 27, and on the wait list is 233. You go to the West Slope, there's only 18, and wait list is only 17. So you're talking about not very many. Not very many at all. And I don't even know why. I mean, this is one of the reasons why we put this together, to help benefit some of the people, to be able to help them be able to access and use their property, because of what I talked about earlier about high insurance costs and the cost of everything. And so to help them, so they don't lose their property.
Can I make another suggestion? So I own a condo in Truckee. Our condo association prohibits short-term rentals. So the neighborhoods like you're referring to, their HOA could probably form those and prohibit short-term rentals privately.
Madam Chair, could we
Yes,
just go to the next
Supervisor
one?
Veerkamp.
And we can vote on this one as we get a whole package, because I'm going to support the committee's recommendation. So we spent a lot of time on this one. We've got more to go.
Okay, are there, since we're on this topic, before we leave it, are there any questions or comments that you have not already made or that you need an answer to?
Well, I don't think one listening session and a survey, and the survey responses were mixed. And not only that, they asked a lot of questions in the survey. So I really don't think that those should be relied upon to make such a huge change in our county ordinances.
And so when we come back to this one, we're going to try to see if we have consistency or support through the other remaining ones. We'll come back to this one.
Yeah,
Okay.
I know. I'm just saying, I'm just very concerned when we say that we had public engagement, and I had expected that the ad hoc would have a robust public engagement on something so big. And Supervisor Turnbull, on these 17 wait lists, we don't actually know what they're waiting for. And it doesn't matter what's on the wait list. We're opening a door that isn't there right now. So I just want us to be really careful on this one. The others do make sense to me. I don't have a problem with them at all.
Okay.
I feel like I should also note, and not to complicate your decision-making further, but we did want to let people know that this discussion was going to happen, but the only mailing lists that we had were those that had given us their email address as part of a comment from the listening session or something previous, which was a short list, or the current VHR permit holder list. So most of the people that got notified through just that email of this meeting were current permit holders.
Or people that made comment, right? Public comment or sent in public comment?
Or, yes.
Yeah, it wasn't
Before,
just
but
permit holders.
that was, I think we only had like 12 or
Okay.
15
Yeah.
emails from that group.
Okay, let's talk about unlimited bedrooms for hosted home rentals. This is being recommended countywide. Any thoughts, comments on this particular one?
Fine with it.
From the standpoint of the basin, again, there were some very lengthy comments, and this was kind of like the biggest concern, and the reason why we limited the number of bedrooms, correct me if I'm wrong, but my recollection was it had to do with illegal entire houses that were being rented and stating that they were hosted when the host wasn't on the property. So this was deemed as one of the ways to kind of not have this become an illegal attraction. The other thing was that there was, it's part of our whereases in the ordinance that we wanted to know, we wanted to make a way that homeowners could supplement their income, but without renting the whole house. So there was some thought that went behind this. If we decided to do this countywide, I'm just going to be honest, this would cure one of the issues that I have in my district, but I'm not sure that that's a good way to govern, to fix one problem and maybe potentially open up another one that was a big concern at the time. So I would be supportive of this one going just West Slope.
West Slope only, yeah.
Just West Slope. And then on the condition that we had some kind of process for a one-off that maybe the resident that has my problem could go through that process instead.
Yeah, we can go to the one-offs later.
Works for me.
We have some draft language for a one-off process that we can get to after we go through this list.
Okay, perfect. Let's move to increase the age from to 12. It looks like per our discussion with regards to children not being counted towards the occupancy. And this is being recommended on the West Slope only. Questions, comments?
I'm good
Is
with
everyone
12.
comfortable with it?
Entertain 16, but let's see what the committee recommended.
So we put language on the screen here to, I think I heard you say earlier, if we could look at more of the platforms and try to make it consistent with the platforms, if there is consistency there. So I think the recommendation would be to increase the age and kind of come back with a recommendation based on what we find, but it sounds like it's 10 to 12, somewhere around there.
Yeah, we weren't really firm on the age. We threw out a bunch of numbers, but that suggestion yesterday, and if the platforms or the majority of the platforms are using 12, make life a lot easier for everybody.
But I guess what I'm confused on though is that this is, okay, the platforms use whatever age and they were different on different rentals, but this is saying do not count towards occupancy. Whereas I was clicking on ones and literally they were counting it and I was putting in those age groups. So what does this mean? Like you can have how many?
It's the
children?
2 times 2 bedrooms plus 2. So the children wouldn't, if you had a 3-bedroom home, your maximum occupancy could be 8. But if you implemented this rule, it could be 8 plus 12 kids. Could be 8 plus 2 kids. It could be whatever.
Yeah.
Children in this range wouldn't count. And the reason why the basin came up with the idea of 6, again, this is a difference that we experience in the basin that I don't believe is a problem here on the West Slope, but we have a come up for error, huge soccer tournament that happens every year. And we get entire soccer teams that drive up there and you could essentially have 12 8-year-olds and a coach in a house. And it creates a lot of noise. It's not right. So that's why we were very specific. And we also believe that increasing the number of beds increases noise, it increases cars, it increases trash. So again, children under the age of 6, which is how the policy currently reads up in the basin, those are basically kids that really could either sleep with siblings or parents. But you start getting up into even nowadays, 10-year-olds are kind of considered preteens. And they're probably going to have their own bed. So in the basin, that's why we drew the line where we did.
Yeah. I think that this one, try it out, but if it becomes problematic, might have to dial it back later, which, yeah, just monitor it.
Okay. Revise restrictions on grills, fireplaces, and fireworks to strengthen and emphasize fire safety countywide. We don't allow fireworks, period.
No,
we don't.
They're banned from the basin. So I believe that this is a more of an administrative fix, as you pointed out. And so I would support it on its face value and be wanting to see how that language really comes back.
Okay.
Anybody else, questions, comments on this
No,
one?
that's a good one.
Okay.
And 8 is a new one based
Yes, it
on your
is.
discussion. So explore the potential for allowing for non-state streamlined ADUs to be permitted as VHRs on the West Slope and include options in, say, the ordinance update if possible.
Yeah, and on this one, County Council, I just wanted to check in because my recollection is that El Dorado County in 2016, I think it was, has been waiving the TIF, I think it is, for ADUs. So I think that should be another streamlining trigger we should look for, because if anything's been built since 2016 and taken advantage of that was intended for housing, that's different than the state streamlining. But my recollection was that was to incentivize housing, and it's been in effect since 2016, I think.
Yeah, that's a fair point. And I might just also note that for the focus on the state streamline ADUs is a little challenging because the county's ordinance that largely mirrors the state process actually allows for ADUs larger than what the state is. So we kind of have this like second category, but my comments that I made a moment ago about the way that ADUs are viewed for purposes of meeting our affordable housing goals applies equally to those that are permitted as ADUs, even under kind of, I'll call it the county system, as in they are larger than what the state streamline provisions would allow. So I think we can work with this guy. Honestly, I think, and I understand what, and I think we all understand what you're focusing on would be those. Again, I have to use the only term I can use is just a generic one, because to call them ADUs, I think conflates the issue. But we'll say secondary dwelling units that were properly permitted as something other than a county or state accessory dwelling unit, which does have its own restrictions. I think I understand what you're going with there. So as far as then the motion, perhaps we say non-state or county streamlined ADUs, just to make clear that you're not affecting, if somebody comes, tomorrow and they apply for an ADU under the county's ADU ordinance, you're not looking to allow those to be utilized as short-term rentals, which would be problematic under state law. I think you're focusing on, and one of the commenters had made note of it, this category of second units that were permitted prior to the advent of an ADU. They were permitted under a different scheme that didn't then contain the same restrictions on short-term rentals.
I think that's the gist I got from everybody too. Yeah.
And this is being offered up as a West Slope only amendment. And, I think ADUs have been a problem up in the basin because originally the state had to be on an acre or more. I think do I recall that correctly?
TRPA rules.
And then we
requires to be
just
on it.
amended that to be.
Correct.
a quarter of
TRPA
acre or
eliminated that requirement, I want to say 4 years ago, something like that, and we followed suit.
Have we seen an uptick in accessory dwelling units?
Yes, because we went from 0 to some, but it's a small handful. For instance, I think we have about 3 on our shelf right now I can picture. However, our first step when they come to the county to apply is we tell them to go to TRPA because they need to obtain a residential unit of use and they need to comply with the coverage standards in the basin. And so sometimes that draws kind of a blank look on the owner's face, and then we don't talk to them again. They don't come back. It is a higher hurdle in Tahoe to build an ADU.
Mm-hmm.
They are built though. The city, for instance, has built a number of ADUs. They provide that residential unit for free as part of their incentive package to build affordable housing. They are not allowed to be used short-term, period, though.
Okay. All right. I think it's best the way it's written at this point. Okay. Thank you for that. Let's see. Return with the okay. That's not include this.
Yes. So this
okay.
was
We'll come
also
back.
a new one, trying to capture the kind of one-offs with some parameters in there. So return to the board with a process for considering VHR permit applications for operators whose VHR permits on the West Slope were denied or revoked due to county ordinance changes, or had been operating a non-allowed unit, but who had been issued a VHR permit from the county, provided the unit is legally permitted and habitable structure. And state streamlined ADUs, again, would be excluded from this consideration. It's kind of long, but we wanted to.
Probably state or county streamlined to be consistent.
And then do we need to be specific at this time, or will staff come back with a recommendation as to how that would be reviewed and approved?
You're asking about the process? I think if you would like to weigh in on that, absolutely. We would encourage that. I will just say I'll be working closely with county council as we draft the procedures. Like I said, they'll have to meet certain findings, so we'll have to write those findings. The higher level decision will have to occur either at our director level or something like our zoning administrator. I would suggest that these do not come to the board, for instance,
Right.
right? Because there's also an appeal period to this decision, which will be built in, that potentially could come to you or to the planning commission, depending on what council advises.
Yeah, I personally would be okay with leaving it to staff to come back with what you think is the best recommendation on that, personally. Other thoughts on who should, if you have a
Brandon,
thought on who should?
Just include the one-offs as well for the structures that were legally permitted prior to the date of the ordinance.
Does that?
Does it capture
I mean,
that?
I think that might fall into the prior item, if I understand what you're suggesting, Supervisor, on those properly permitted second units, I think would fall into the prior
Okay,
one.
as long as we've got it captured and staff understands. Yep.
I believe we do. Do you think we're covered the way it's drafted in the motion with what you're recommending?
I think the ADUs are double covered between 8 and
Okay.
9.
Okay.
Non-state or county streamline ADUs. Okay.
All right, so we really have, it appears as though we have consistency on all of them and support with the exception of the 5+ acres. So, and then I want to make sure on the unlimited bedrooms that it's West Slope. Yep, on the West Slope. Okay. Would somebody like to, perhaps we would consider a motion to approve 1 through 9 with the exception of number 4?
I'll move 1 through 9 with exception of number 4.
I'll second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there further discussion on the motion? All those in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Okay. Do you want to come back? Can we,
Madam Chair, I will move item number 4.
okay?
Second.
There's a motion and a second on item number 4. Is there discussion on the motion?
Would you guys consider tabling number 4 and doing more outreach to some of the larger parcel neighborhoods just to make sure that they're aware of what's going on? I'm not sure there was enough outreach done on something of this. This could potentially really change a lot of
It's a neighborhood
neighborhoods.
though, and there's an HOA. They can prohibit VHRs in their
And,
neighborhood.
and you're not wrong, but I have really rural areas that, aren't as organized as an HOA. It might be a Firewise community, but they're still in their minds a neighborhood because they're on a road together, but they're big parcels. And I just want to make sure they have an opportunity to be made aware of this. I'm not sure how robust the outreach really was. I mean, I've done my best, but I didn't see a whole lot of outreach out there. So it concerns me. This will be a huge change, and it really could change. And it'll probably be a cluster of neighborhoods it'll impact. And it'll be hard to undo once it's done is the reality of it. So I would really like to approach this one just a little more cautiously.
Are we like a month or a month and a half out from seeing a red line version come back? Is that something we're thinking?
Yeah, that's likely. We honestly don't have any sort of red line at this moment, and we always run those through council.
Yeah, so it's going to be probably 4 to 8 weeks out before we see the first reading of a red line version. Would it be acceptable if you could do some outreach between now and then, and you could?
I would like to see the county do some outreach, honestly. I mean, the ad hoc, I thought, was going to do that. They took on that.
We have a motion and a second. I mean,
Wait, no, I'm asking for clarification. What do you mean you did? What, did you go out to neighborhoods
we brought people
throughout
here.
the county?
We
See,
brought
that's
people
my
here.
point, though. We have a huge.
We can't go knock on every door for everything we want to approve.
It's up to us to know our districts
Well-
and know what's there, so.
And I think we can have this discussion respectfully. Supervisor Parlin is bringing forward a concern for her part of the district that she knows well. I agree. You guys did good outreach. You did a lot of work in this regard. Yes, we can just move forward and vote on the motion, but if there's some kind of way we can figure out a happy medium, I'd love to do it. Otherwise, we can just, throw down the gauntlet. So I'm wondering, what is you want the ad hoc committee to go out and do that?
I thought that was the point of an ad hoc, to go out and do engagement in the community. And all I saw was one listening session and a survey that was answered by 363 people.
Right.
That had mixed results and a lot of questions.
And I think this is where we're going to agree to disagree, because I think the ad hoc's going to say, we did our best. We tried our best. We reached out as best we could. I think that there's time between now and a first reading, that if we get information that is contrary, that we can admit that into the record at that time, and we could always make a change at that time. So without further ado, any further comments on the motion? Okay, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Okay,
Motion passes 4-1 with Supervisor Parlin registering a no vote.
thank you. Let's go ahead and take a 30-minute lunch break, and we'll come back and we'll do the administrative changes. And then we'll move forward with maybe we'll do our open forum first, and then we'll come back to our administrative changes and move on with the agenda. Is there any objection to that?
Got item 6.
Madam
When you say
CAO?
administrative changes, you're referring to
what
the
is that?
hearing.
No, I was referring to the cleanup changes that that's also part of the staff report. They're on page 3.
Oh, we didn't get around to that
That
yet.
shouldn't be long either,
That
I don't
shouldn't be
think.
long.
No.
No, I think
All
we
right.
can fly through that.
Do it.
Sorry, Joe.
All right, we'll come back at 1:30 for open forum and then a continuation of this item. Okay, thank you. Welcome back, El Dorado Hills. After El Dorado Hills, we were just talking about that. El Dorado County, we are back from a brief lunch break, and normally we would take our open forum comments at 1 o'clock. We're going to go ahead and take those first, and then we'll return back to item number 50. So open forum comments, Ms. Dawson.
For public comment, each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain, and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Everybody's get their money's worth today. Mike Ornelli from Lotus. I'll make this brief. My items for public comment today are about data. So there are times when your staff will provide you something like we saw this morning, point in time data. And I really think that it's incumbent on the board to ask your staff for trend data so that you can see how the impacts of any ordinance change you might make or any trends in the industry might have changed. And so I'm asking that when there's an opportunity for that, I know you all have the opportunity to meet with your staff in advance before the public hearing or before the item is heard, to please seek more meaningful and over time data. The second thing is going to be very brief. I'm going to give this to the board clerk for public comments. I just want to put on the record that I'm soundly opposed to the public comment procedures that you've adopted, and I just want to go on record of saying that. And I really hope you'll take the moment or two to read what I've submitted. Madam Clerk. Thank you, and have a nice day.
Thank you. Are there other members of the public that would like to address the board in open forum? Please come forward. Thank you. We'll go online, please.
Now taking public comment from online participants. Not taking public comment from 390. Can you unmute yourself, 390?
I was pressing the wrong buttons there. Yeah, Karen Greenwood here from the Triple Junction along Sly Park Road, which still doesn't have any lane lines on it. I don't understand. And item 29, dare I say, I guess they paid them off already, but the job isn't finished, and now they've micro paved 3 miles down to Holiday Market from my house with yet another layer. It just doesn't make any sense. Let's get some lines on the streets so that people don't run us off the road like they've been doing for the last month and a half. Item 2, no to Town and Country. Somebody cleaned up the western part of the Lincoln Highway there, but the eastern part still one lane. Probably could use a tractor going down there and cleaning up. I don't know who actually owns all that, but it is the suggested outfall for sewer or water for the Town and Country project, which will seriously compromise the historic highway there. Item 3, Sly Park Road, already said that. Item 4, do we have flock cameras? If so, how many? That seems to be a trending little thing now, and I'm kind of curious. So I would hope that District 5 could get back to me with respect to that. And here we have the 5th anniversary of the Caldor fire. Damn near burnt down my house, about 300 yards away. House was covered with ash, and it was just kind of ugly. I think we're doing the right thing on that, although my recent experience with the escrow inspections by CAL FIRE on our behalf are less than satisfactory. The neighbor sold his house without doing any upgrading on the clearances around his house, and in fact, it's just an absolute mess. And the realtor said, "Oh yeah, that's just a BS project," and it's stupid. Guess that's 3 minutes. So have a great day.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Greg Hansen.
Hello again, supervisors. I want to start by giving credit where it's due. You made several reasonable changes today. That's great. But what concerns me more than any single VHR rule is what today revealed about how the county is governed. The public is watching a board micromanage details it often does not appear to understand, while major problems involving population decline, economic weakness, shrinking schools, poor school scores, regulatory burden, public trust, and county liability continue to grow. For example, Supervisor Lane, we're debating policy based on soccer tournaments in Tahoe. Are you kidding me? Don't you want more kids in Tahoe? Don't you want those families spending money? Don't you want pizza parties and great memories? It wasn't too far long ago in the 90s where we would rent a cabin and fill it with 3, 4, 5 families and go skiing and snowboarding all week. Everyone thought that was a good thing. And now we're complaining about soccer tournaments? Supervisor Parlin, you repeatedly said that you needed more information and more outreach. Are you kidding me? It sounds like you want a different outcome, a different answer that supports your view. You all are the Board of Supervisors. It's your job to understand the consequences before you exercise government power over people's property, businesses, and lives. You can't keep regulating first, discover the damage, and then ask the citizens who were harmed to absorb the cost. Are you going to pay them back? Are you going to fix the lost revenue? Are you going to put the lost tax revenue back into the county coffers? Who is? Do I have to provide lawsuits to recover those damages? The liability the county continues to put themselves in? Why does nobody seem willing to fix the people or systems causing the problem? And let's talk about the elephant in the room. Karen Garner, Kevin Bailey, Kevin Hart. If county officials or employees are creating unnecessary liability, get rid of them. Manage the government. Earlier today, I tried to introduce myself to Kevin Bailey, offered my hand, and attempted to have a professional interaction. He refused to shake my hand in the very room that you're sitting in. He told me he refuses to respond to emails. Are you kidding me? That's the attitude toward a citizen that should concern everybody sitting on this board. If you want to govern the county, start by governing the bureaucracy underneath you. Right now, we have a system that's broken that says get a permit, pay another fee, wait, ask permission, hire somebody, appeal, pay again. That's not how you That's not how we draw young families to this county. That's not how we have thriving businesses, how we pull people from the Bay Area to bring their money and their investments and their know-how because they want a place to enjoy the outdoors. This county does not need more government control. It needs competent government, accountable government, and a board that's willing to lead the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Cameron Bauer.
Hey there. Thank you so much for all the information and discussions in the session before lunch. I just wanted to get clarification. We did ask for a appeal process, but I didn't see that specifically mentioned on that Word document we went through.
Cameron, we can talk about this. I'm more than happy to call you and give you all that type of information. Right now, we're taking comments on items not on today's agenda.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Hey everyone, Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I just wanted to come on and say it would be really great if you would bring back an agenda item to modify the public comment periods and the coordination of it so that it kind of reverts back to where it was, where we had the ability to engage during the time of discussion. rather than try to figure out other times. I did notice quite a few people a little bit confused again this morning on exactly which time they were allowed to speak or not. So anyways, it would be great if you'd bring it back, whatever Mike Rinaldi gave you. Thank you for that. I agree in advance. So thank you. Have a good afternoon.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from El Dorado County citizen. El Dorado County citizen, you're unmuted. There is no additional public comment.
Okay. Thank you for that. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And I'd like to return to item number 50 regarding the West Slope Vacation Home Rental Program. I don't see.
I guess.
Would that be you? There they come. Okay. All right, so I'll turn this back over to staff. I think we handled all of the recommendations of the ad hoc group. You indicated that there were additional staff recommendations that are listed on page 3 of the staff report that you wanted us to consider at the same time that we were making some of these other changes. So you want to go ahead and recap? I think we can get through them pretty quickly, but anything you want to add at this point?
Do you want to go through them one by one? We'll work on pulling it.
Yeah, I mean, I think we'll try to, just as
Okay.
the format we did before.
So the first one is to strengthen trash removal requirements in order to avoid recent issues with enforceability of proper placement. And this is definitely an issue in Lake Tahoe that we've heard about, that there's problems with renters coming, they leave trash, and Brendan, let me know if I'm getting any of this wrong. They're leaving trash, but they're not always putting it in the bear box, or they're leaving it out for too long because they're leaving before the trash collection day. So we would like to strengthen some language around that to make that a violation. Originally, we were looking at, can we strike out during the rental period so that we can hold those VHRs accountable even if the rental period has ended, but there's some problems with that. So we think we can come up with some language that will just help rectify that situation.
That's right. Yeah. To clarify the nexus between when renters check out, say on Sunday morning, and then the bear knocks their trash over on Tuesday morning before trash is picked up. It's still a violation of that renter not properly disposing of the trash, but because of the language in our ordinance that says during the rental period, code enforcement's had a hard time drawing that nexus. So council felt more comfortable not deleting those 4 words during the rental period, but rather strengthening the nexus language in the trash language specifically.
Okay, questions, comments?
No.
Okay.
Okay, the next one would be to, and we talked about this a little bit already, but to clarify that vacation home rental enforcement can be conducted proactively, which is opposed to the way that we do code enforcement for other issues. And when we say proactively, we really mean being able to go look online at listings and make sure that what is listed, that they also have a permit, and that it all, that what they're listing as their advertisement is what's allowed by their permit.
Questions on this one? No? Okay.
Okay. Next, add a provision that a local contact or property manager who is found to own, manage, or operate an unpermitted VHR can be decertified from serving in that capacity for any legally permitted VHR in the county. Again, this is trying to address those bad actors out there. There are some local contacts that do get a certification. They're able to serve as local contact for multiple vacation homes in their area. And we would like to be able to decertify them if there's a big problem with one of their VHRs. We don't want them to then be able to be the local contact for other VHRs.
Questions on this one? Comments? So one of my questions would be forever?
We could put a term on it.
And then one of my concerns was just reading this is that, especially if it's like a property manager, maybe they are under the impression it's legal and they don't realize it's not legal. So do we really take away all of their permits for other ones? That seems a little like maybe we need to work on that again.
Okay, we do have some individuals who continue to operate illegal rentals, and they're very well aware of it. They also manage legal properties. These are egregious violations.
And are
that
they
they're aware of.
property managers or are they local contacts? Or both? Both. Okay. All right, well, I trust staff on that one, but I think we might want to at least come back with a period of time.
Okay.
Which we get their attention, but we maybe don't ruin their livelihood.
I would say 98% of all those managing have good intent and are doing just fine. This is for
Ah,
a very select few who just do not care to play by the rules.
gotcha. Okay. Other questions, comments on this one? Nope. Okay.
Okay, and kind of similarly, this one is to help us with the timeline. So clarify that the permit revocation period is for 12 months and that after that, an applicant can reapply for a VHR permit. The question has come up with those that when there is a violation and it gets to the point where we are revoking their permit, you know, can they turn around and reapply the next month? Are they out forever? So this is giving us that timeline where they have to wait at least 1 year.
I thought it was very clear in the current ordinance, but maybe I'm wrong.
So the suspension period is very well defined at 6 months. The revocation period is silent,
Okay,
has no timeline.
okay.
So we just want to mirror, not exactly, because we're recommending 12 months. But because it's silent, we think right now it's an ambiguous decision. We've revoked your permit. How long is it revoked for? It could be 1 day.
Right. Okay. Good clarification. Questions, comments? Is everybody awake? Okay. All right. Let's keep going.
Okay, next, this one comes from County Council. Clarify that appellant discovery materials that are part of an appeal hearing are due to the county a minimum of 5 business days prior to the hearing date. Sometimes those materials are very thick stacks of paper, and in the past, our county council has had to review that, 5 minutes before the hearing. So this gives a standard there that we can make sure we can review those appropriately.
Let me ask a question at this point of the board. Are there any of the ones that we haven't gone over yet on this list, ones you have concern about?
No.
Yeah, because I think that's what I'm hearing. So maybe we don't need to have to
forward.
keep
Keep
going through
going?
the list
Okay.
one at a time and we can move forward.
This 5 days, that's legal, I'm assuming?
Yeah, so it's just establishing essentially our own local hearing procedures on these things. We oftentimes exchange our information early, but the appellant sometimes will just show up at the hearing with binders of material, and it just seems in the interest of fairness for both us and the hearing officer to have information submitted in a timely manner.
Any other questions on any specific
Just
ones?
one question, comment, I guess, back to the proactive enforcement. We're just talking about online searches to see if there's if someone's advertising and they don't have a permit, then we take action. That's pretty much what we're limited it to.
Proactive, yes, we're defining that as code enforcement using the online platforms and tools like Rentalscape to do research, conduct research.
Okay.
Yeah, and to follow up on that means, because you said that they can't go on.
Mike, please, Mr. Turnbull.
They can't go on people's property, so, but if they're outside the property taking pictures, is that prohibited or not prohibited, especially when there's not complaints?
Well, I may ask counsel to help me, but it is my understanding code enforcement can enter a property within the public ingress area, just as if a UPS driver was putting a package on your front porch, say. So if there's a clearly defined entryway, a walkway, a driveway, code enforcement would be allowed to enter that unless there's a no trespassing sign. And in that case, they're not allowed to go past that
They're
sign.
not allowed. Okay. All right. That clarifies what I want to know, so.
My only comment would be on the next to last one that talks about add a statement that VHR permits cannot be applied for or renewed if there are active outstanding code enforcement cases on the rental. And then it says that relate to public health or potential health and safety concerns. I would recommend that you just strike that part and just say, you know, that they cannot apply for a new renewal if they have outstanding code enforcement cases, period. That's just my
I think
thought
that's
on
great.
that. Okay, so seeing no other comments or questions, would you like, somebody like to make a motion?
Madam Chair, I'll move staff's recommendations here that we've got before us on the screen.
I'll go ahead and second it.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. And then did we make that one change where we're going to strike that relates to?
Yes, I recorded two changes. One was to strike that language. The other is you requested a timeline on a manager who is found to be, the local contact who is decertified.
Gotcha.
So we
Okay.
could put would the board be comfortable with like a 12-month period on that too?
18, whatever you think is
Okay.
appropriate.
Okay. Those were the two changes I noted outside of what was presented in the staff report.
Perfect. Okay, there's a
Motion maker
motion and a
concurs, yes.
second. Any further discussion?
I just have a quick comment
Yes.
on the whole VHR item I forgot to mention earlier. And I think Mr. Rinaldi made a comment during open forum about public comment. And I did actually request that this VHR item be brought back from the ad hoc as a workshop. So it could have been more workshop-y. We could have addressed items with the public in between, and I was told the ad hoc didn't want to do that. So I just want everybody to know that I did ask for that because it was a lot of information.
Okay, there is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you. We are going.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good job. We're going to go ahead and go back to Supervisor Ferrero, who pulled item number 6 from the consent agenda. Vice Chair Ferrero, did you want a staff report on this? Do you have specific questions? How would you like to go forward?
I think just that.
This better be good.
Hey, I warned you.
Yes.
Just,
Supervisor Ferrero, can we read this item into the record first?
we can.
Thank you. Ms. Dawson?
Item number 6 comes from the Auditor Controller's Office recommending the board, 1, authorize the Auditor Controller, my goodness, to negotiate and execute all necessary contracts, including but not limited to contracts for bond counsel, underwriting services, and special tax consulting services related to the proposed Public Services Community Facilities District formation. 2, authorize the Auditor Controller to execute the deposit and reimbursement agreement between El Dorado County and the developer upon approval by County Council and Risk Management. 3, authorize the Auditor Controller to work with the Assessment and County Facilities District Screening Committee members, and contracted consultants to consider the developer's request to begin the proceedings of forming and financing a new Melrose district, and 4, authorize the auditor controller to take all necessary steps to prepare all documents required to form the CFD as soon as practical.
Okay, Supervisor
Yeah.
Ferrero.
And I've talked to Mr. Harn about this. It's confused. This item's confusing. It's confusing to the public. Everyone's under the impression that there's already Melrose established for this area. So if you would just give a brief explanation, and then I understand this. There's multiple steps for this process, just to ease the concerns of our community.
Sure. What is proposed here is you're authorizing my department to accept a deposit from Parker Development Company. If so, we would, sorry, I've never been in the boardroom this late. We would hire some consultants and do some analysis to see if it was feasible to form an additional Melrose district in an undeveloped portion of the El Dorado Hills specific plan, Serrano. So if we were to be successful doing this, this would come back to the board 3 more times. It also would go to the bond screening committee. This is just a really, really initial step to get the thing started. I mean, I do have a editorial comment. Why do we have all these Melrose districts? How come? Well, in 92 and 93, the state government couldn't balance their budget, and they took 29% of El Dorado County's general fund property taxes. They took revenues from the county West Slope ambulance system, the fire protection districts, the CSD. Last year, they took $40 million from the El Dorado County General Fund. They took $3.5 million from the El Dorado Hills CSD. So since 92, 93, well, in 94, the then CAO did a study to see, they hired an economist. What would this tax shift do to the county of El Dorado? What it did to us is what it did to local government all over the state. And the CAO at that time said, board, you need to permit fewer starter homes and you need to permit big homes because there's not enough property taxes generated from a starter home to provide service for El Dorado County or any other jurisdiction to provide services to them. So it's better to approve big homes. Since this tax shift, that's probably the direction we've gone, and that's the direction we've gone all over the state. And that's why we have a huge housing affordability and housing shortage in the county, because the state legislature did this in 92, 93, and now they're trying to jam, without providing us any revenue, they're trying to jam affordable housing down our throat. They are. The Silver Valley interchange was built quicker because as part of the Blackstone Melrose, there were over $20 million in prepaid TIM fees. That's what the proposal is for this Melrose district, to prepay TIM fees so that some road improvements can be made now rather than as building permits are pulled one permit at a time.
So it'd be all this money be going to TIM fees.
That's the proposal. Now your board
we could decide later on where we want it to go.
You could decide, and the applicant could decide to withdraw his application to form this Melrose district. But yeah, it could be, there could be a discussion with the applicant about what the board would want to do.
Okay. And then it came up today, I think there was a question about costs to the county to study this. It's going to be reimbursed by Parker Development?
No, it's going to be advanced by Parker.
Okay,
They have to
all
give me the money in advance, then we would study towards forming this Melrose district.
Okay, all right. That's all I have. Yeah.
Okay. Other questions?
No, that was
Colleagues?
clarified it. Thank
Okay.
you.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you,
Sorry
Mr.
for
Hahn.
making you stay late. Sorry, gentlemen.
I've never worn a.
This is, I guess I
Right.
say it's very confusing to me, so.
Okay, so we'll bring this item back to the board for Further discussion or action?
I'll move to approve it.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks.
All right. Next item I would like to bring forward is item number 49, which comes from the Chief Administrative Office. Ms. Dawson, could you read this item into the record, please?
Item 49 comes from the Chief Administrative Office recommending the board approve and authorize the chair to sign a comment letter to the El Dorado Hills Community Services District regarding the proposed El Dorado Hills City Incorporation Project initial study / negative declaration.
All right, thank you for that.
Good afternoon
Ms.
again,
Franich,
Board. Jennifer
switching
Franich.
different hat.
Yes. Jennifer Franich, Chief Administrative Office. So this item is to request that the board approve and sign a letter to the El Dorado Hills Community Service District regarding the proposed El Dorado Hills City Incorporation Project. The incorporation is considered a project under the definition of CEQA, which asks that the project be evaluated for potential impacts to the environment, that the public and decision makers be informed of these potential impacts, and that we identify ways to reduce any harms if necessary. On June 24th, 2025, the El Dorado Hills Community Service District submitted an application for incorporation of approximately 18,200 acres of unincorporated land as the city of El Dorado Hills. And on July 15th of this year, the county was notified as an interested party of the availability of an initial study and negative declaration on this project. The ISND looked at 2 alternative boundaries for the new city, the organization of future service delivery, and evaluated the impacts. The technical memo that's attached to the item provides comments on this initial study and negative declaration, and a review of the analysis of the project boundaries, land use considerations, potential implications for development patterns, and foreseeable obligations associated with the future housing requirements. So as requested by that July 15th letter to the county, staff is requesting that the board submit the letter and the tech memo to the CSD as written comment on the initial study and neg deck.
All right, thank you for that presentation. I'll bring this item back to my colleagues for further discussion, questions. I noticed that Ms. McGann Jensen is in the audience if you had specific questions of her. Otherwise, we could entertain a motion.
Yeah. I'll just, CSD issued a negative declaration for the possible incorporation of El Dorado Hills. They sent a letter to the county inviting us to respond to that, and this letter responds to it. There's a couple items to discuss that they discuss, but appreciate you letting us turn it in a day late. So I'll move to approve this unless anyone else has any discussion.
That's okay. There's a motion. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay,
My
thank you.
district, so.
There's a motion and a second. Is there further comments or discussion? I just wanted to note that I thought that very good points were made in some of the things that were overlooked, and hopefully those can be addressed. So if there's no further comments, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thanks, Deb.
All right. We did have 2 1:00 time certains. We'll go ahead. Can we do the public hearing first, and then we'll take the next one? So we'll look at item number 52 coming from Planning and Building. I'll go ahead and open the public hearing. And Ms. Dawson, will you read this item into the record?
Item 52 is a hearing to consider the recommendation for approval from the Planning Commission on Planning and Building Department Long Range Planning Unit proposed amendments to Title 120 and Title 130 of the El Dorado County Code, and staff recommending the board take the following actions. 1, find an ordinance 5266 and ordinance 5267 statutory and categorically exempt from the California Environmental Quality Act, and 2, approve and adopt the ordinance 5266 to amend Title 120 of the El Dorado County Code subdivisions and ordinance 5267 to amend Title 130 of the El Dorado County Code zoning code.
And welcome, Ms. Graybill, our planning manager, long-range planning, and other staff. Welcome. Glad you're here.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Madam Chair. I am Tim Pitt, Senior Planner with the Long Range Planning Team, and I believe we have a slide presentation coming up here pretty quick. Today, I will be presenting the 2026 Administrative Zoning Ordinance Update, or the AZOU, for your consideration. All materials for this item, including proposed edits and the full table of proposed changes, are available on the county's Legistar. Attachments in Legistar that may be of particular interest are the attachments C and D, which are the red line versions of Title 120 and Title 130, and attachment F, which is the table with the summary of proposed changes. Next slide, please. As a quick refresher, the board adopted resolution of intention in January 2025, directing staff to prepare administrative amendments to the county code on an annual basis. Last year's AZOU was adopted in August of 2025, and we anticipate continuing these administrative updates each year moving forward. Next slide, please. This year's proposed amendments fall within the ROI categories: minor corrections and clarifications, minor procedural changes, state law compliance, incorporation of directors' interpretations, consolidation and renumbering of existing regulations, and implementation of general plan measures. These categories help ensure the zoning ordinance remains accurate, consistent, and easy for both staff and the public to use. Next slide, please. To briefly walk you through the AZOU, how the AZOU process works, each year staff collects suggestions and identifies new state laws during the AZOU intake period. Long-range planning then reviews and organizes these items into the appropriate ROI categories. The proposed amendments are then forwarded to the director for confirmation that they qualify as administrative. And following the director's approval, the full amendment package goes to the Planning Commission for consideration and potential recommendation, and then comes here to the board for final action. Next slide, please. I'll highlight a few key items included in this year's package. Under minor corrections, we're proposing cleanup of typos, omissions, and errors, the restructure of a couple of sections for clarity, and we're removing references to sections of the code related to Ordinance 5136, which sunset in December of 2023 and is no longer in effect. Under state law compliance, the update incorporates language to provide consistency with SB 234, which requires family daycare homes be allowed in all residential units when residential use is permitted in the zone. Next slide, please. We're proposing several minor procedural changes this cycle. These include a conditional use permit requirement for commercial recreation, indoor entertainment in the R&D zone, allowing the county to apply conditions related to parking and noise for uses that fall under this category. Updated parking requirements for parks, adjusting the standard from 1 parking space per 1,000 square feet to 1 parking space per 10,000 square feet of outdoor use area, which is consistent with other jurisdictions and standard industry practice. We're proposing reduced setbacks for small animal structures and a new physical sign posting requirement for telecommunications facilities. A CUP requirement for restoration of abandoned non-conforming uses, and the removal of the term golf course from a recreation use category where it was redundant. Next slide, please. This year's update also incorporates 3 directors' interpretations, adding gates as a project type under the public noticing table, which would require public notice before, as they're approved. Clarifying the definition of self-storage to confirm fully enclosed vehicle storage is permitted, and the interpretation of industrial specialized use type definition to limit large logistics uses such as fulfillment centers and heavy distribution to industrial light and industrial heavy zones rather than R&D. Next slide, please. At the Planning Commission hearing on May 28th, 2026, the commission voted 3-1 in support of staff's recommendation with one commissioner absent. In addition to recommending approval of the AZOU package and the CEQA findings, the commission added a separate recommendation that the board consider forming a joint PC board ad hoc committee to evaluate allowable uses in the R&D zone, particularly within the El Dorado Hills Business Park. This broader policy discussion is outside the scope of the AZOU, which remains administrative. Any evaluation of R&D zones would require a separate board direction and, if pursued, a future ROI. Next slide, please. With that, staff's recommendation today is that the Board of Supervisors take the following actions. Find the 2026 AZOU statutorily and categorically exempt from CEQA under CEQA guidelines 15061B3, 15274, and 15305, and approve the 2026 AZOU to amend Titles 120 and Title 130 of the El Dorado County Code. This concludes my presentation, and staff is available to answer any questions you may have.
Thank you, Mr. Pitt. Bring it back to the board for questions, comments.
Yeah, I got a couple questions on this, and I'm just going to ask you, some of these things weren't addressed, and one of the biggest things is fast food industries, schools, churches, mosques, et cetera, especially when you're talking about the business park, because we've had issues with the schools being put in there when it was supposed to be mostly a business park. And I just don't understand why haven't we addressed these problems?
So I'll take a stab at that. We discussed that at length during the Planning Commission hearing on this item. The administrative zoning ordinance updates package, the item before you, and the same item that was before the Planning Commission, is very narrow in scope in terms of what we're allowed to kind of tweak in terms of the zoning ordinance, because we're operating under a resolution of intention that the board directed us with certain categories. One of those categories is what's called a director's interpretation, which again is very narrow and cannot just solely, the department director cannot just solely amend the zoning ordinance kind of willy-nilly. She has to do so under a resolution of intention, and it has to go before the Planning Commission and the board. There are many steps in that process. What the director's interpretation can do, though, is clarify ambiguities in the zoning ordinance. And that is what is before you today. You can, though, it is within the board's discretion to, provide direction to staff to open up the zoning ordinance and make some tweaks to the R&D zone. That was not part of staff's recommendation before you today. That would be it would take a really long time, probably 2 to 3 years, because we would want to do a significant amount of public outreach. We would also need to do probably a higher level CEQA document. We did some research on this a little bit, and what we looked at other local jurisdictions and what they allow in R&D zones or similar zoning types, and it's quite similar. Other local jurisdictions have similar uses in their R&D zones. And so that's why we decided not to incorporate the Planning Commission's recommendation and staff's recommendation today.
Well, don't you think it would be feasible? Because their recommendation is basically to have 2 board members and then 2 planning commissioners being on an ad hoc committee. And I think being on this ad hoc committee, myself, there was recommendations District 1 and 2 because it's in our districts that's impacted. I think it would be good, and we could probably get some pretty good input and stuff and look into a lot of this stuff. That's my my feel for it. So I don't know how Greg feels about it, but anyway.
Mr. Ferraro.
Thank you. So I understand the administrative part of that, and to approve those changes, but George is right about, and specifically with the business park, and I don't know if I support an ad hoc, and we all realize it's kind of a hodgepodge of different uses down there. I think the biggest concern is the opportunity or possibility of I guess call them fulfillment centers like Project Frontier a few years ago. But correct me on the director's determination that was authored June 12th to 23 says that fulfillment centers cannot be built in R&D zones, correct?
Correct.
So that's not, it shouldn't be a fear anymore.
Right. That should not be a fear anymore.
Is that whole area, is that all R&D? Like, or is there any, because fulfillment centers, did you say that they're allowed in, is it industrial light and industrial heavy?
Right.
Is there any zoning down there that would?
I don't believe there's any industrial heavy in that area or
What's
industrial light.
Pardon me?
What's Wetzeloviet?
Sorry.
The old Wetzeloviet site.
Thank you, Rob Peters with Planning. I was just going to say the business park itself is R&D zoned.
All of it.
There are some industrial lands south of that,
Yep.
south of the Creekside Plaza project, but not necessarily in the business park.
Okay. And that's zoned industrial down
Correct.
further south?
Yeah. The old Wetzeloviet lumber mill.
Correct.
Yep.
Yeah, in that area.
Down by that the street that goes off of Latrobe south?
Yes.
On the south side, okay.
Yeah, we're down at the end of the jurisdiction.
So I guess what can we do to plan for that area specifically? To, I guess, maybe make the uses more consistent with what would fit in there? Because right now, like I said, it's a hodgepodge, schools, churches, homes, businesses, warehouses, and it seems like the more we build down there, the more animosity we get because of all these conflicting uses. So what could we do if we didn't do an ad hoc, what else could we do to try to reevaluate the zoning and the uses for that area?
Sure.
Karen Garner, Planning and Building Director. This topic with the business park specifically has actually come up with our seed committee. That might be one area to explore, is having the seed committee take a look and actually do some of the outreach to the business owners and property owners within the business park and adjacent residents to get some initial feedback on what types of uses they want to see there, what they don't want to see there. But as Thea was alluding to, that's a much bigger effort than these administrative changes. So, as part of what we would want to bring back to the board, not only is feedback, that some initial feedback we can receive, but then outline the steps and the process and the time commitment, staff commitment that it would take to make these changes. It sounds really easy to say, oh, we'll just go in and change the uses in the matrix and all will be good, but it's much more complex than that. As she said, it may trigger some higher level of CEQA review. And again, we talked a lot about public outreach. We would definitely want to do a lot of public outreach on this to make sure that what might sound good to the residents might not sound so good to the people that own those buildings in the business park. So we have to make sure we're getting all that feedback.
Boy, and I'm not suggesting we hold up the approval of this administrative approval, but I'd like to kind of plan ahead,
Well, I think
put some steps in place where we can plan ahead to build what we want in there. So there's a little more consistency.
Yeah, I just think it's all over the place down there, especially when we have allowed, housing to be developed, and these churches coming in and schools and stuff. And it impacts the residents, especially the traffic issues that are down in that area too. So, and that's one of the biggest concerns and complaints from the residents.
Well, in the infrastructure there, the roadway infrastructure, no way can accommodate any type of fulfillment center, especially further south on the Trub. So I guess what can we do to change that zoning?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's a much bigger
Yeah,
picture.
but so what do we, I guess,
Well, I was just going to add, I mean, I believe I'm correct here, but the planners can jump in if I'm not, that I believe that what the change you're making would define these types of fulfillment centers as industrial specialized, which
Right, which-
is in the industrial zone, but it's a use, specialized uses are only allowed with a CUP. So there, again, if I'm correct about that, I'm seeing some head nods. So there is a check against some of the concerns that you're raising, which isn't to say that it gets all the way there. But with this change that you're making, it would still require that any of these fulfillment center type uses in an industrial zone would require a CUP, which, as you know, is a discretionary process that triggers CEQA review, ensures that we're considering issues such as neighborhood compatibility and things of that nature. So again, it perhaps doesn't go as far as what you're contemplating. I'm not trying to dissuade you, but I did want to let you know.
It's a huge undertaking.
Yeah.
So the CUP, is that, I don't recall, is that approved by the board or is that, who approves that?
That is approved by the planning commission.
And it
Could be appealed to the
Yeah,
bould.
but it can be appealed to the board,
appealed to
obviously, yeah.
Okay, I mean, as long as those measures are in place,
I think we're good. Yeah.
your
I
district
hate to
or-
cloud that, this issue with that.
Yeah.
Anyway.
But it was good to bring it up because it is top of mind for everybody, including ourselves.
there's,
So it's
like I
good.
say, there's a lot of concerns from the residents who live down in that area and stuff. And we represent our residents and we need to support their concerns too.
Absolutely.
Well, and the businesses also, and there's competing interests between the residents and the businesses, and that's the unfortunate part.
Never
When we
happens.
built houses there.
Right.
Yeah, right.
I do want to add that, I mean, it's possible that this can be looked at in a bigger project, such as when we do eventually go through the general plan and stuff like that. It can be melded in with that, and it can actually be a pretty big focus of that if that's the direction that we want to take. But like we've said, it's not going to be a short-term project, and it's most certainly not going to be cheap.
Are there any further questions or comments by the board?
Talking about the Wetzelova facility down there and it's industrial and stuff. And I would hope that we don't change that because especially when there's future development could go in that particular area to benefit our county. I'm not saying bringing a mill back or biomass or anything like that, but there's other uses that could be done to benefit us because that's what it is. You're talking about creating jobs and especially when we have the housing down there already, wouldn't have to go very far, that's for sure, if they had to work. So
Yeah, and I think, what Director Garner raised, getting SEED involved, maybe the new Economic Development Program Manager, trying to come up with some creative solutions to this problem as opposed to maybe, making tweaks to the zoning ordinance, at least now. There's different ways to approach the issue, potentially.
And I'm just afraid if we keep going down the road where we are with a lot of these, churches and schools and everything like that, and when it comes to try to get something done in the industrial area, it's going to impact it, is what it is, and that probably would never happen. So that's a lot of my concerns.
All right, this is a public hearing, so may we go ahead and open this up to the public? Ms. Dawson?
We are now taking public comment specifically on item 52. Each speaker will have 3 minutes to address the board. A timer will alert you when 30 seconds remain and again when your time is ended. We will begin with comments from individuals present in the boardroom, followed by those participating via Zoom. If you're joining via Zoom, please ensure you unmute yourself when called upon. If you're joining by phone, press *9 to raise your hand. If you're on Zoom, use the raise hand feature to indicate your interest in speaking. We ask that you voluntarily state your name for the record before beginning your comments.
Are there any people in the boardroom that would like to address the board on this particular topic? Okay, seeing none, may we check online?
And now taking public comment from Dave Spar.
Good afternoon, Chair, members of the board. thank you for bringing this issue up. I think staff has done a good job and a step forward in cleaning up the R&D zoning and the industrial zoning to prevent or to allow data centers. What originally happened was the business park was zoned research and development, thinking it would be a marketing tool that would attract high-end biotech and research firms like Aerojet into the business park. And it didn't work that way. People didn't understand the research and development zoning. It seemed like it was only research and development and not open to office, manufacturing, light industrial, and heavy industrial. It's a wide open zone. Most cities and counties use research and development for a very restrictive zone, such as a medical practice that has biowaste or a practice like Aerojet that has heavy chemicals. Here, it has been used that way, and the industrial park is much like an airport. Once you allow housing and churches and other uses at your airport or surrounding your airport, it makes the airport unusable. And that's what has started to happen here is the business park has allowed conflicts of interest, such as residential churches and other uses, to come into this space. Now it is difficult to attract businesses there where they see a compatible neighborhood for them to locate in. This step, though, is a step in the right direction. And if you would like any of the volunteers to pursue this further, I would be more than willing to volunteer my time to the county to help you do so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now taking public comment from Linda Campbell.
Good afternoon, everyone. Linda Campbell, El Dorado Hills. I was actually happy to see on this update that you have subnote 5 for the specialized industrial requiring the CUP and that it relates to the specific California codes associated with those large scale items. But the other thing that I noticed still from my feedback that I provided to the Planning Commission review was specific to the off-site vehicle parking requirements. So when I had asked why baseball fields or basketball courts are not included for consideration in parking. And then also there was, again, the idea of one space per 10,000 square feet. So I'd provided a couple of examples, like Heritage Park currently has 23 parking spaces, but based on that above change, it would have resulted only in 20. Saratoga actually would align with its 9 spaces. However, every time I hear about Saratoga Park, it's usually about the parking. So I guess with that is the determination of 10,000 square feet really appropriate across the county for different purposes. And what about those instances where, like a Saratoga Park, really probably should have had more? I guess what's the method by which somebody could get more spaces in there? So that's what I have. Thank you.
Thank you.
There's no additional public comment.
Okay, thank you. We'll go ahead and close the public comment. And Madam CAO, did you have something you wanted to add?
No, it's been addressed.
Okay, thank you. And Supervisor Veerkamp?
Yeah, I just wanted to comment on the parking. I want to acknowledge staff for calling that out. It's definitely a best practice. We were way off, so it needs to be corrected, and I appreciate bringing that forward.
Great. Are there any other questions or comments on this particular item? Okay, seeing none, we'll entertain a motion.
I'll go ahead and recommend staff's recommendation.
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, let's move to our other 1 o'clock time certain item. This is also comes from the Chief Administrative Office regarding grand jury responses. Ms. Dawson, would you please read this item into the record?
Item 51 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board consider the draft Board of Supervisors responses to the 25-26 grand jury final reports for El Dorado County Code Compliance, a study of communications, contracts, code enforcement, and data compliance, and investigations of Charter Section 504, executive salary, linkages, practices, efficiency, equity, and governance, and take one of the following actions. 1, direct staff to make changes and return to the board with a final report by August 25th, 2026. Or 2, approve the reports as final reports and authorize the Chief Administrative Office to submit them to the presiding judge. Written public comments received by 4 p.m. on the day prior to today's meeting were distributed to all board members and included with the agenda item.
Thank you. I'd like to welcome Mr. Weber, who's our Principal Management Analyst from the CAO's office. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Board. Grant Weber, Chief Administrative Office. So as the clerk just stated, we have draft responses to 2 grand jury reports today. Those cases are case 2605 on code compliance and case 2606 on Charter Section 504. You will find that there's not an attached draft response for case 2604 on the Mosquito Fire District, as the board was invited but not required to respond. The CAO's office is recommending that we defer to whatever response the district has unless alternate direction is provided today. So as far as the 2 drafts we have before you today, the Chief Administrative Office has worked with the appropriate departments to create the draft response for both of these reports. Today, the board can either approve the drafts as attached to the item as the final response to the judge, or the board can direct that any of the responses be modified, and we would return to the board next week for final approval. So last time you guys wanted to talk about each report individually. So if you guys wanted to do that again, we could start with case 2605 on code compliance, or unless you guys want to go a different route today.
Which one did you want to start with? I'm sorry.
26-05 on El Dorado County code compliance.
Okay, and I guess I would just want to make sure that no board members felt strongly about the first item that's listed, the Mosquito Fire Department. Are we okay with we weren't asked to respond or required. We were allowed to respond if we want to, but really most of the findings and most of the recommendations are directed to the board itself. And so I think I'm okay with leaving it in their hands. No objection? Okay, then let's go ahead and start now with code enforcement.
So yeah, if you guys were wanting any changes to the draft, or if you guys want to approve the draft as it is written, and we can submit it to the judge.
Gotcha. Okay, so if you turn to, it's the back section. What page is it? It looks like, trying to catch up with myself here. D2 of 4, the recommended responses to the study. Are there any questions, comments?
Nope.
Okay.
You're
Supervisor
talking about
Ferrero?
Are you just talking about
We're talking about code compliance?
the whole?
The whole,
response?
yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree with the responses. I'm really concerned that we're operating a code unit without a policy manual in place. And I think we need to get one soon. I would recommend, I'd like staff to consider, or maybe the board consider, hiring a consultant to audit the program, provide guidance on a manual, maybe training if it's needed. Just kind of give us an overview of where our code enforcement is, because if we're operating code without policies, we're opening ourselves up for liability to the county, and we're opening ourselves up for liability with the code enforcement officers who are operating without a policy. So those are my thoughts.
Madam CEO?
Sure. I'll just note, I agree with the supervisor, and we do have Karen Garner and I do have a meeting this Friday with another agency who has done such a review. They've had somebody do an outside review of their code division. So we have already started down this path of investigating looking into this and providing some support to staff in developing all these SOPs and guidelines.
Okay, excellent. Other comments, questions?
Yeah, I agree with Greg, what he said.
Same here.
Okay. Do we want to go ahead and move approval of this particular one, or do you want to take them together?
We can probably take them together, I bet, in a minute.
Okay, let's move on to 504. Again, the recommended replies to the grand jury findings is in our packet. They start on page E2 through E6. Are there any questions or comments on the recommended replies?
Yeah.
Supervisor Parlin?
Sure. I wanted to, a couple things. I thought the responses to this one were really well done and explained the board action over the years, how we got to where we are. I found it interesting that that information wasn't included in the grand jury report itself, though. You think they would have asked those questions. So I'm not sure why that wasn't in there. That seems like a primary thing they would have done. And I found that another concern about the grand jury report itself, let me see where it is. It says that, so on the report itself, this is on page 8 of 11, it talks about Placer County. It says Placer County maintains a voter-approved formula, Measure F. And my understanding is Measure F was struck down by the courts in 2023. So it's a little concerning that there's inaccurate information in a grand jury report. And I did bring that up the last time we talked about a grand jury report. You know, who checks these, who's responsible? And I know that I got some feedback publicly online blasting me for questioning the grand jury report, but if their role is accountability, it seems like it should be, they should be equally accountable. So, and I did ask the question, I don't know if they're going to provide an answer maybe on their website when they update it, but if there are errors, and this is an error in a grand jury report, or questions about a grand jury report, or a request for correcting information, where does that go? Because I haven't seen that yet. And I do think that that's a valid thing for them to explain. And then another thing that I found in the report, and again, in my mind, the grand jury reports are supposed to have findings and facts and, try to stay away from opinions. And I found it interesting. This is on page 7 of 11. It's one of their headings says ballot measure and intimidation. And I just found that really odd that a grand jury chose to frame, they actually have the words in here correctly, that the board felt that there was concern about the constitutional validity of that proposed ballot measure, and therefore, to get clarity, the only way to do that was to go to court and ask a judge. So in my mind, I don't know why they decided to put the word intimidation on here. I could see if they had titled it ballot measure and request for clarity, or judge review or something, but I just thought that that was odd that they framed it like that, and that's, in my mind, not the role of a grand jury to have opinions. I thought they were supposed to have findings and facts. So, but as far as the board responses that are drafted, I think they're really well done and explain how we got to where we are today.
Yeah, I don't disagree with you, and I made some comments on that page 7 as well, because they struck me as being a little bit odd.
Yeah.
Other questions or comments?
No.
No. One of the things that it did say in the report, but I just felt like it kind of got lost, partly because of that title, but, attempts to resolve this dispute informally failed. It was like we tried to, say this could be worded differently, and they were absolutely adamant that they wanted it exactly that way, so it only left us with that alternative. Okay. Any other comments or questions on the proposed reply to the grand jury? Nope. Okay. Seeing none, then perhaps we would have a motion to approve both.
Madam Chair, I will move the responses for approval.
A second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion on the motion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
All right, thank you. Madam CAO, do you have a feeling for item 47 or 48? Should one go before the other?
Let's go numerically because I don't want to choose between staff here.
Okay. We'll flip a coin. All right, let's go in order. We'll go item 47, Central Services. Madam Clerk.
Item number 47 comes from Procurement and Contracts, a division of the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board approve revisions to adopt the board policy C-17, Procurement Policy.
All right, I'd like to welcome Ms. Schwartz, our Assistant Chief Administrative Officer with Central Services. Welcome.
Good afternoon. Before you today is a revision to our procurement policy, C-17. We last updated this policy just a little less than 4 years ago. That was a fairly substantial revision at that time. So just kind of a little bit about the process of how we got to the revision in front of you today. Kind of over the last 4 years as things come up, we make a note of it. This has actually been a very collaborative process. We've been working on it for almost a year to bring this back, working very closely with departments. I want to give kudos to our procurement and contracts manager, Michelle Weimer. She did quite a bit of work on this. We worked very closely, like I say, with some of the larger departments, especially HHSA. We worked very collaboratively with the kind of entire CAO's office, their team, because they also had a lot of feedback from departments. So what's before you today is kind of a result of all of that work. I'm not going to go through every detailed change, but just kind of some overarching themes throughout this. Really, it's just there were some items that we needed a little bit of clarification on, kind of some definitions, things of that nature. We've also kind of tried to add in a little bit more authority for the CAO and the purchasing agent over things that really were kind of administerial in nature or just not large dollar impacts. For example, the retroactive contracts, $10,000 or less, we're asking to give authority for the purchasing agent to sign those. Our surplus process, that's a monthly kind of process that comes to the board. We're asking to delegate that authority to the CAO, along with our kind of surplus weapons, that process as well. So really just kind of overarching, again, trying to create efficiencies, provide some ease for departments, things such as our perpetual contracts. If they exceed the purchasing agent authority, those used to have to come back to the board annually. We're saying, why don't we bring those back every 3 years? So some changes like that are probably the most substantive in the policy. So with that, if there's any questions from the board, we're happy to answer.
Excellent. Are there questions or comments on policy C-17 as being proposed? Nope. Sounds like we're all on board. Okay. I'll bring it back to the board then for a motion.
Much to ex-supervisor Shiva Frenzen's demise, I will move this item forward because it has retroactivity in it. I think that's okay.
Thank you.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. Is there any further discussion on the motion? Seeing none, all those in favor say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you.
Thanks, Laura.
Thank you. All right, we will now take item number 48, which also comes from the CAO's office regarding board policy A4.
Item number 48 comes from the Chief Administrative Office, recommending the board, 1, approve and adopt revisions to Board Policy A4, County Legislative Policy. 2, approve and authorize the Chief Administrative Office to add the County of El Dorado seal and name to a coalition letter of support regarding the urgent need for comprehensive tort reform. 3, approve and authorize the Chief Administrative Office to add the County of El Dorado seal and name to a coalition letter of opposition regarding the governor's proposal to shift liability for utility-caused wildfires from utilities and their shareholders to policyholders, taxpayers, and local governments and fire victims. And 4, provide direction to staff on the exploration of other legislative advocacy opportunities.
I'd like to welcome Ms. Winter, who is our Principal Management Analyst, also from the CAO's office. The CAO is showing off today.
Good
Welcome, Ms. Winter.
afternoon.
Yes.
So I'll just go kind of in order of the title of the item. The first part of this item, the legislative policy was due for a review at the beginning of this year. And so there had been a couple of comments from the board over the year on other letters of support and opposition we'd brought forward. So we took those comments from the board and incorporated them. And as I was doing it, I was researching the other counties' legislative policies, seeing what they were doing with theirs. And in that, we found that a lot of counties have adopted this new model of boards adopting a legislative platform. That way we can be more nimble during the legislature or legislative session to respond to kind of very quickly moving bills and other regulations, that kind of thing. So the county policy was originally adopted in 1991. It's been updated in 2017 and 2022, but mostly minor revisions, allowing department heads to be able to, elected department heads to be able to send letters without board approval, but mainly keeping it at the board level for responding. So the revisions included in this proposed update include requested revisions from the board and also allow for the county to take a more proactive role in the process. So it would adopt a legislative platform every 2 years at the board level. So we'd bring that in the beginning of the year. We'd start developing that probably now and work with the departments to get something ready for you for the beginning of the legislative year in 2027. And it'd be on a 2-year rotation to follow the state legislative calendar. Also, the revisions address the board's concerns regarding positions on voter-initiated legislation, such as ballot measures, positions on bills that are gutted and amended, and when position letters do have to come to the board, the need for 2 supervisors to sponsor them, as with our proclamation policy. So the voter-initiated letter or voter-initiated legislation, in the policy, we say that we pretty much don't want to comment on that kind of legislation just because it's more the will of the voters and it gets into those kind of sticky areas of where the board should be saying their view on something. So that would be generally, discouraged, but unless there's a huge severe impact to the county's programs or finances. Bills sometimes get gutted and amended, so they'll start off as this innocuous, very boring, that's the legislature's intent to do blah, blah, blah. And then they get gutted and amended right at the end of session and, have huge implications sometimes. Those we would be able to act more nimbly on with the new legislative platform structure. And then those that we do comment on in the beginning of the process, if they do get gutted and amended to turn into something else, the policy states that our position letter is based on the legislation at the time of the letter. And if a bill is amended at any time, we would take a look at that and see if our position would change or if we'd like to rescind our position. So that is the changes to the legislative policy. And then because we're in this weird space where with the new policy, if it gets approved, we'll have to develop the legislative policy and bring it to your board in January. There are 2 kind of urgent matters that came to our attention with it being the end of the legislative session this week. There was a request from PRISM, our JPA for our insurance, to put our seal and our name on a tort reform coalition letter. And there's no current legislation that's written right now that they're referring to, but they're wanting to send this to the legislature to start the conversation on tort reform, especially looking at public agencies' liability. So there's been, over the last 7 years, I think they say it's tripled the amount of costs for local agencies when it comes to civil lawsuits. And with that, there's plaintiff fees, attorney fees that can range from 30 to 50% of those settlements. So it's a lot of counties and cities have been concerned that some of these attorneys are seeing these deep pockets in local agencies, and so they pursue the any kind of civil lawsuit pretty heavily, and transferring county taxpayer dollars to private attorneys. They're also wanting to encourage the proportional share of economic damages be assessed against the public agency. In some cases, they find that the county was only, or the public agency was only liable for 1% of the damages, but they're paying the entire amount because the perpetrator was not either caught or didn't have the means to pay. And also, one last thing is establishing heightened evidentiary standards for claims where witnesses' records and archived evidence are unavailable or insufficient to determine culpability. And this stems more from, I can't recall the legislation, but it was a recent law that was passed, and it basically was for child abuse cases in LA County, and it kind of had this kind of ripple effect on other counties and making it so they didn't have to provide as much evidence as you would normally after a statute of limitation type situation. So it's just mainly to tell legislature, hey, we want some reform to this to help out your local agencies and save some taxpayer money while still allowing victims to get their due justice. And then the Wildfire Liability Coalition letter came up late last week or early last week. The governor is currently proposing a last-minute gut and amend package developed behind closed doors on wildfire liability reforms that would limit public agency recovery from utility-caused fires. So there's nothing official out on that one as well. So this is another one of those coalition letters just to the legislature requesting that they kind of protect these things as far as limiting or the proposal would limit damage claims on public agencies' infrastructure to the depreciated value of the asset instead of the replacement value. So on some of the county roads or buildings that we'd had, if they got destroyed or damaged, we would only be able to claim our depreciated value, which could be zero. But obviously to replace those items, it would be a lot more money. It would also remove emergency response and mutual aid costs as recoverable from the utility and eliminate property tax loss revenue as a recoverable cost. And those, obviously, we had our mosquito fire settlement recently, and it would have possibly eliminated what we could have gotten from PG&E in that, even though it was unclear if that was utility caused or not, but we'd like that clarified.
Yeah.
And then finally, we've in the past relied on CSAC, RCRC, and other organizations within the state to help with our advocacy at the state and federal level. And so it's been discussed recently about possibly having other advocacy support in the county. And there's lobbyists out there, there's other tools we could use. And so we just wanted to use this item to get your opinion or direction on where we want to go with that. If we want to pursue looking at lobbyists, if we want to pursue looking at other ways to advocate at the state and federal level. So if you have any questions.
That was a lot.
Yeah,
Okay.
I just want to add on to that last piece. Is as you can tell, the whole theme of the policy is becoming more proactive in this realm. Prior to this, our policy basically said, hey, use it sparingly and try not to oppose things. Well, we've been finding particularly a lot lately, there are things we really need to oppose strongly. And so if we're going to do this and adopt a legislative platform, that last item about seeking out other advocacy resources to potentially help us draft that platform, and then obviously move that forward in the legislature at either the state or federal level or both. And what we were envisioning for that, but certainly open to your board direction, is we would first explore with our other local agencies if there are opportunities through folks that they're currently using that we can kind of join together for those of us that have common interests, that where we wouldn't be, conflicting with each other. But happy to explore any other avenues that you all would like us to.
I just wanted to make a quick point on that. This board just recently approved the renewal of a partnership up in the basin where a bunch of different agencies all go in on paying for the one lobby firm. And so El Dorado County's portion of that was like $12,000 for 2 years. And I mean, you can't get your own lobbyists for anywhere near that. So I like the idea of partnering with common interests. Certainly if we have a legislative platform, it gives us that springboard. And if we had a firm, that could identify when things were coming up in the legislature that were in opposition to what our focus or what our priorities are, we've got someone out there working for us. I think that would be really smart. I've kind of always wondered why we didn't have a lobby firm.
Well, I think
We have.
We do.
Yeah.
David Turch.
Well, we don't.
We did.
Yeah, well, yeah.
But
We
not anymore,
did.
right.
And it wasn't going
State.
well. I mean, it wasn't being,
Federal level.
yeah, it wasn't being very helpful at the time. So we kind of let it go. And we just didn't look for other partners since then. My recollection was, I do remember this now, that the committee that chose that lobbyist did not recommend that lobbyist, but other partners did. And so, and that's another thing, to your point, finding partners that align well would be critical. How does it work with, we have CSAC and our CRC, they're in the trenches for us. Do we need, we're part of so many organizations. Do we need our own lobbyists, or do they have, the outreach with staff? Do they have those relationships? Is that something we should bring up to them? Because I know other counties struggle too.
Yeah, it is one path. I mean, so I think part of the reason, I think what you mentioned, Supervisor Parland, is true, but also in the past when we've hired lobbyists, there have been different environments at play. So I know at one point, there were no earmarks. And so the thought was, what's the point of lobbying our federal government if our representative doesn't support earmarks and isn't fighting for them for us? So, and I think a big factor as well is not having a well-articulated platform for them to go and work for us has been an issue in the past. So we can develop that well-articulated platform. Obviously, that would be heavily informed by the work that CSAC and RCRC and all these groups are doing. I guess the question is, do we want to also have that flexibility to be a little bit more proactive about hyper-local issues? If a couple, El Dorado Hills and County Fire went out and had to, I'm sorry, not El Dorado Hills and County Fire and Diamond Springs went out and had to get special legislation at the state level to help them with their annexation. I mean, that's not the best example, but there might be situations like that where we're kind of swimming against the stream of CSAC, who has been wonderful, especially on things like HR1 and big federal issues. But sometimes on those more local issues, there's more of an LA slant. and not so much the rural. And then we might lean on RCRC at that point, but it is a question for you all. I know resources are limited, but I think if we go this route and we're trying to develop a good, strong platform, it would be best if we had some assistance with that rather than kind of leaving it all to staff. If that was helpful.
Yeah. So if this legislative platform were developed, right, and it allows, if I'm understanding it correctly, staff could then be nimble and not, okay, so like right now, number 2 and 3 of this item are for approval to do a coalition letter and add our county seal to an effort. So if we had this legislative platform that kind of outlined the things that the board said were important to the county, how would the board know about these kinds of things then? I mean, that's always been a concern of mine when we delegate off things, and then the board really should be kept aware, in my mind, of efforts, and especially to make sure that we don't accidentally go off and do something different. You know, so is there anything in there about that, making sure that we're aware of what is, you know, done in pursuit of this?
Yeah, that would be a really good add, is that I think to me it's kind of a given, but the board should be copied on any letters that go out or that are sent, any action that's taken. And if there were any sort of tweeners, if we were ever unsure that it cleanly fit in your adopted platform, we would bring that to the board for discussion.
So I don't think we should assume anything it should be in here then, because people come and go.
Supervisor Ferrero gets a gold star for
Thank you very
pushing
much
his
for
button.
acknowledging the
Oh, I did
supervisor
it
from
before.
District 1.
Don't even worry about it.
Sorry.
No, I've asked that question a few times, like, what, have we ever had a lobbyist? Do we need one? What can they do? I would love to see a presentation and see how we can benefit from that, if at all. I know a couple of CSAC meetings ago, I asked our rural caucus, just by show of hands, which counties, who has lobbyists? And I think I was the only one with my hand down. A lot of counties share, which could be an option also. Regarding the CSAC advocacy, I mean, they've been kind of, I don't know what they were like prior to me getting on the board, but it seems like they've been pretty aggressive on a couple of big things that are statewide that you know, affect counties, big counties, small counties, cities, or not so much cities, but big and small counties. And to Sue's point, I don't think they're not going to be focused on little El Dorado County when it's not going to affect LA County. So it might be worth having someone, you know, in our corner to advocate for us, state and federally, and maybe get some grant funding. We're going to have some new congressional reps here probably next year, and which might provide more opportunities for earmarks for us. So I support looking at it for sure, see how we can benefit.
Yeah, I do too. I was wondering if we maybe should put together an ad hoc committee of our CSAC and RCRC rep to work with the CAO's office to maybe come up with some solutions, some ideas, whether it be a shared lobbyist, however that looks. I don't even want to cloud that, but that was my thought when I'm just hearing the conversation. Let's we can put a pin on that right now, or we can go back and start at the top and work our way through the couple of changes. All right, let's do that. A4, is there any comments, questions on any of the red line of A4?
Nope.
Okay, seeing none. Are there any concerns about adding our seal and our approval to the tort reform request and the utility caused wildfires request?
Nope.
No, the number 3, the utility one, this is a request of CSAC statewide.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
it's a big deal.
It is a big deal.
Okay. Is there agreement that maybe an ad hoc with our CSAC and our RCRC rep, which would be specifically Supervisor Ferrero and Supervisor Parlin
Yeah.
to,
RCRC.
to work with the CAO's office on some solutions?
Yep, that's fine.
Okay, if that sounds good to everybody, then are you prepared to make a motion, somebody?
Sue's got a comment?
Yeah, would like you to direct us to add in the language to provide copies of any correspondence that is sent to the board, all 5 board members, something like that.
Yeah.
Can that come back as part of the ad hoc recommendation?
It could, but it just wouldn't change the policy today.
Okay, you want to do it today? Okay, all right, makes sense.
And then honestly, I'm sorry, I missed the A4 thing. I was like, what is A4? It's the policy number. I was looking at attachment A, but I just wanted to double check on, there's a red line version, section E of the policy part where it says correspondence from department heads to legislators or committee staff should be discussed in advance with the CAO, consistent with letters. Okay, there's a should there.
Shall.
And that concerns me. Yeah, I didn't know, should it be a shall? And what are consequences though if we have we ever had anybody go off and do anything silly ever that we're concerned about?
Yeah, I turned myself in.
I agree. That's a good catch. We could change that to shall. We certainly should. We should say shall.
Right.
And yeah, we have had department heads violate policy. I mean, on various topics. And so to me, the consequence to that is if it becomes egregious enough, it's reflected in their evaluation that I present to the board for your consideration.
Okay, and then just going a step further, what about board members? Where are we covered in this? Like, should we be writing letters against things? This is specifically about legislation. Letters of support for grants and things are different, correct? Is that covered elsewhere? Is that in a policy
That's a separate
somewhere?
policy.
Okay, so we're not talking about that today. This is specifically letters of support for legislation.
Support or opposition, yeah.
Yeah, and then, and again, are board members covered in here or, because, again, assuming that we will check in with the CAO, you never should assume. I really think that it would be smart to have it in here.
We could add that to section E. So correspondence from department heads and board members to legislators or committee staff shall be, if that's a restriction you want to put on yourselves.
I just think it makes sense so that nobody's off doing something and the rest of us could be surprised later. Or if you want to create a different mechanism to do it, that's fine. It doesn't have to be through here, but I'm just trying to make sure that, we've always had in the past, prior CAOs had a no surprise kind of mantra, and I like that. I try not to surprise y'all, but you never know. But if it's not covered in here, then nobody's even going to think about it. That's all.
Yeah.
Yeah, totally up to the board.
Let's let the ad hoc sort through it.
Okay.
It makes perfect sense.
So put that on the ad hoc list to discuss.
Put that one on the ad hoc list. We'll change it to a shall for now.
Okay.
We will add the language about copying board members, but we will, through the ad hoc, discuss further if we want to update this and put further restrictions on board members.
Got it.
Okay.
I think that's smart.
Okay, good. That concludes our comments. I'll accept a motion.
Madam Chair, I will move item 48.123, and we've provided direction to the CAO for an ad hoc with some other notes.
Great. Okay, there's a motion. Is there a second? Second. Thank you. There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
Motion passes 5-0.
All right. I think that takes us to closed session. Let me ask my colleagues, do you want to have an opportunity to do board member updates? And then a separate question to county council, if you think that we would have anything to report out today.
I do not anticipate a report out today.
Okay.
Shut up.
Does anybody feel strongly about doing board member
Can I
comments?
just share one thing with you guys so that you're not caught off guard?
Sure.
That, again, the no surprises. Yeah, is that I just want to let you know that, you guys, the board's been very supportive of directing staff and providing staff resources on the Native Directions Home CA project. It's been interesting. And this is public information, so I'm not telling you anything that isn't known. They have withdrawn their original project applications and submitted something completely different. And so it has gotten the community up in arms again. I've been reaching out to different people and staff and all kinds of staff, legislators, for assistance on this again. So I just wanted to give you guys a heads up. I may have to bring another board item. I don't know where this is going to go. We all know we've been through court with this once and it was a mixed bag on the results. So just stay tuned. I just didn't want you surprised.
So are they, are they focusing on, I guess, the court thing that we kind of split, we got kind of a split decision on the court decision, right?
Yeah.
So are they focusing on the parcels that I would say they lost on, or?
It's
or
about
all-
the,
or all the
the
parcels?
court decision was about the grant funds and the same parcels and just trying to, yeah.
We just have to be a little careful not to get in too much of a discussion.
Yep. Just want to let you know, heads up, and county council's like, yeah.
Yep.
Just didn't want you guys surprised though, because a lot of us thought that maybe it was
gone.
kind of
Yeah.
done.
Yep.
Not
Okay.
done.
Good update. Are there any other board members that have updates that are urgent?
Just that the old Mosquito Bridge has been hit. It's closed till further notice.
Oh, we got an update. It should be open around now.
Okay.
It
so
might
was
be open now.
Minor? Okay.
Yeah, the
Good.
DOT went out and tightened the bolts, you guys, so it's good to go.
I would use it as a walking bridge
yeah.
personally.
Bike across it numerous
Just saying.
But yeah, thank you for, they're keeping everybody aware of it on the road alerts page. So it should be back open any minute.
Madam CAO, do you have any
Not today,
reports?
thank you.
Okay. All right, then we will go ahead and move into closed session. Mr. Livingston, did you want to make an announcement on that?
Certainly, we'll now hear items 1 through 3 as specified on the agenda. Public comment on closed session has already been taken.
Yep. Excellent. Okay, and then once we conclude the closed sessions, we will let the clerk know the adjournment time. Okay, thank you.